Hello, hello, hi. Welcome on in. I missed you guys. I wasn't here my previous stream. I think I needed a break, you know? Forgot to turn these on. But yeah, you know what I was thinking when we start talking about a flat world so everyone lives in the same time zone? Pros and cons to that in terms of streaming. Now, there are like time slots where all of like the large creators kind of all go live. So if you're like a new creator, usually the best time to stream is either before or after that. Now, if everyone had the exact same time zone, the best time to streams basically has just been like cut in half, you know? Cuz now you could wait for them to go, no one's awake 24 hours, right? If they go to bed, people who are still looking for something to watch on stream, they'll start looking around. They have a chance to find you. So, yeah, that's just one thing that I thought of. The second thing that I thought of, we may not have a flat world, but you know what we can have? We can have a giant spaceship, and we don't need the sun. We have artificial lighting that goes on and off at the scheduled times. So, yeah. Hi, Akazam. Welcome on in. Ooh, this is what I was working on. Hold on, let me move you guys up here. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Just massive spaceship. Then everyone has the same time zone. Sounds like Antarctica with the artificial sun. Do they have an artificial sun? I mean, just like the lighting. Yeah, Antarctica is weird because it has like 1,000 time zones where everyone is like, okay, it doesn't matter where you are or what the sun looks like in the sky. All of Antarctica follows this time. I think they have a special time zone. I'm not too sure. 6 months with sun, 6 months with just darkness. Ah, so for half the year, it's like perfect for vampires. There was a movie like that. A vampire movie. What was it called? The one with the ship and that one town somewhere. You know the one. My mind is blanking. Hold on, you know what? Without the sun, how are we supposed to get vitamin D? You can buy supplements for it. I know that's like a useful advice if you live in a gloomy place, you know? Yeah, it's just like the way the seasons work. By the way, seasons is a strange concept to me because I am a tropical cat. So every day of the year is always sunny and hot, right? So this is my first. I moved to the UK recently. Um, this will be my first time experiencing winter. Already we're at the tail end of summer. When I got here, it was summer, hot, sunny, shining, whatever. It's basically like every day of my entire life. So I was like, this is nothing special. So that might change. Yeah, I see the weather's getting cooler. Think I know the movie, but can't remember the name. Yeah, it was a good movie. Interesting. I barely remember what it was about. Forgot what causes the sun to not shine. Well, there's an eclipse, yeah. Or it's just like the orientation of the sun. 30 Days of Night. I think that might be it. Yeah, 30 Days of Night, this movie. So basically, the premise of the movie is Sleepy Town in Alaska, I think. So they have their final days of sunshine and like, yeah, for 30 days we're not gonna see the sun, it's winter, all of that stuff. And just as that begins, a blizzard comes into town. So no cars can drive out, no planes can take off, and then suddenly phone lines go down. Next thing they know, a strange ship appears on shore, which is infested with vampires. So the vampires are like, hey, this is a 30-day free trial, just roaming around. No need to worry about night, no need to worry about day. Just it's just pure darkness for 30 days. They can run around and, chomp on people. And I heard a Discord ping, which made me realize I forgot to ping my Discord. Whoops. My going live announcement. Yeah. Definitely did not forget to ping here. Smiley face. Whoopsie. It's okay, it's only 13 minutes late. Hey, I didn't mention Sanderson. But speaking of Sanderson, Ryan, a new book is out. I can't wait to read that one. Sounds like an apocalypse. Like 30 days, that's a strange concept. Even like here, I'm told like, oh, it's just rainy day in, day out. Does it go up if you use the redeem? Yeah. I have counters for that one. I have counters for the bricks, for head pats, the usual stuff. Because I said it as like a little joke, because I always mention it. He's my favorite author. I don't watch vampire movies unless you count Deadpool and Wolverine, since it has Blade. I guess. Maybe not the new ones. But yeah, this was a good movie. I feel like there was a lot of they have the door open, right? For a lot of lore, for sequels, that kind of stuff, but I don't think they did anything with it. It's a pretty old movie, I think. Maybe it's one of those ones where, what's it called? The door for a sequel is open, but they only pick it back up like after 10 years or so, when they run out of ideas to make, new movies with. So my favorite author is Rick Riordan. Oh, I loved Percy Jackson growing up. I think I read Percy Jackson. What was the Roman one called? Magnus Chase? Was it? Or was that something else? The what are those gods called? The Norse one. Hi Goldie, welcome on in. Ow, hi Kay. It's like Nadia mentioned feather. Yeah, but Chad is the one that redeems it and the counter goes up. Rather than I have a button on my end. Speaking of which, ow. Hi, Salar. Heroes of Olympus, Trials of Apollo are the Roman ones. I read, I think, the first book of Trials of Apollo. Yeah, Magnus Chase I also read. And Cain, the Egyptian one, I think I read the first... either the first book or the first two. But then I kind of dropped it. Yeah, sorry. You mentioned Roman ones, but my mind just thought of it as a Greek. They're kind of the same in my mind. I didn't like Trials of Apollo. I don't know why. Already I saw a cute, very orange tabby kitten. Oh, I love kittens. Yeah, the way that when they're really young, when the kittens, they're very small, just all around. But when they grow up a little bit, they kind of stretch like a noodle, like their head and everything is still very skinny and small. They just get like longer. I think it's adorable. Ooh, have you ever seen like a very young cat that gets pregnant? It's like they're like a noodle and then the tummy is just like bulging. It looks very strange. This came to mind simply because there's a stray cat back home. My mom was sending me a picture. Yeah, It had a bunch of kittens. It looked very strange. I've never seen a cat that young pregnant. Heroes of Olympus. Is that not the Percy Jackson series? What was the Roman one called? Peter Johnson. You know, I had a friend of mine who, at my D&D party, whenever we play, one of her quirks is whenever anyone tells tells her their name, she'll be like, "Oh, of course," and then immediately say something like that where she remembers the name. FYI, the player remembers the name, but like their character, they say like, "Oh, we'll always call people by the wrong name." Heroes of Olympus is the sequel to Percy Jackson. Oh, was it with the other new people? I forgot. I forgot what the one of them is like the son of Hades. Was it Nico? Was he there? I vaguely remember reading that, but it's kind of like faded from memory. I only just now remembered it exists. Introduces the Roman demigods. Oh yeah, I read that one. A very okay. These are very old series. He's in he's there in the original books, but I don't think he really did anything until like yeah, I don't think he really did anything. Not that I remember. Is I think in Hero of Olympus, he started playing like a bigger role. Like he was actually around, you know. I think in the original books he was just like this scared kid. I think in the later one, he was like kind of older. I have photos of him. Ooh, do share. Goldie asked, "How's it going?" It is going good. Like I've rested, I've relaxed. I did. I finished the art of this model. I think I just need to give it clothes, right? And there's a second one. It's an octopus, bioluminescent one. So I have that one done. Usually, I think I don't like doing the art so much live because there it requires a bit of concentration. So what I do is I do the art and I save the rigging for stream, unless like the art is almost done, like this one. Oh hi, Hot Shack. Welcome on in. Use side tool? Yeah, I do. Is it the best paint software? No. Is it perfectly good and can do anything special that other software can do? I would say no as well. Why do I use it? I think it's the first one I picked up and I'm too stubborn to change. I bought Clip Studio and I have it. And I have it even hate the tablet I bought because the pen does not react good. Oh, that's unfortunate. Because the reason Hades shows up to the final battle against Kronos. You must understand, it has been about a decade since I read those books. All I know is I barely remember Nico. He was kind of just there. By the way, I've never learned to draw with a tablet pencil. I tried. I gave it a good try at one point, but I realized it was way too different from the way I'm used to drawing. Because I do like the rough sketches, I draw the shapes, and then I use the pen tool. This one. I use this tool. And then you can adjust it. Right? So this is how I draw. And then shading is, you know, you don't really need that much dexterity. Just need the sign for buying it again. Yeah, it's I remember when I bought it, right? Navigating the site is like kind of strange, but you need to understand this was made and is essentially run by like one guy. He was kind of just there in the third book, became more of a character in the fourth and fifth. Hmm. Yeah, barely remember him. Was he the? Yeah, I think. Just thinking about it, he had to give like food offerings to raise the dead, did he, or something like that? Or he had to give it to like his dad, like as offering. Because the second or third most powerful. Yeah, I think being son of like Hades. Yeah, is a shit ton of layer of luminosity for the eye shaders. I know there are different types of layers. I just don't understand how they work or how to use them, so I just use normal layer. One thing I have noticed, right? When you use like the special layers, like additive, multiply, blah blah blah, sometimes it looks fine on like the PSD and whatever. But when you like dump it into live 2D, sometimes it changes, and I don't like that. Yeah, Nico bought Happy Meals to raise the dead. Yeah, I remember that. You know what I also remember now that we're discussing this, like memories of being unlocked. I was reading the Magnus Chase one, and he had his weapon that he wanted to, give it a disguise, kind of like Percy's pen. I think he settled on a belt or a chain or something, right? But I remember in the writing, there's one point where he goes, "I need something small and discreet to disguise this as. What about a pen?" No, that's a dumb idea. And then he like moves on. Sounds like, that's a nod to the original. I do have to read all of these again. I never read the Kane Chronicles. I think I read the first book, but I think that was before I really understood that, oh, this is by the same author. Anyway, welcome to an Ordikai stream where we yap and don't do art. I'm just kidding. I try multitasking. But in my defense, I was very productive today. So if I slack off and not do work today on stream, yeah, it's all good. I've met my work quota. I'm free of the art mines. Talking about a lot of books, yeah. I love reading, especially growing up. There was like a time where I think I stopped reading essentially for like 10 years, and I just very recently started picking it back up again. In fact, getting back into reading, right? A problem that I've always had is not trusting authors, right? Because I'm like, if I pick up a book, I'm going to read it to the end, right? I may not finish the series, but I'll finish the book, even if I hate it. So I'm very selective because I don't want to pick something that I'm going to hate, and then I'm like forced to read it to the very end, begging for it to finish. I'm a bit of a completionist. So when I was thinking of, oh, I should get back into reading after like 10-ish years, I'm like, right? I need to go for something that I know is good, right? I didn't want to reread stuff. So I'm like, this book Mistborn that I've just been hearing about, just bouncing around left, right, and center. I heard it's pretty good, so let me give it a try. So I got the first one, and I read it. I was like, that was a beautiful book. I got the second one. I'm like, this author, Brandon Sanderson, whoever he is, he knows his stuff. I hunger for more. Got the third book. It's a trilogy. I finished it and I was like, okay, my heart is empty. I need something to fill the void. Then I started reading about his other series. I was like, oh, he wrote something called Stormlight Archives. What's that? I read the blurb and I was like, this is very different from Mistborn. Will I even like it? And then I started reading it, finished the first book in that series. And I'm like, yeah, okay, this author, he has the golden Ordi stamp of approval, right? Anything he writes, beautiful. Even if it's a different world, different series, different everything. If it's by him, I'm like, I can be very confident that I'll pick up the book and love it. I have yet to read anything of his that I dislike. So yeah, that's why I'm a bit of a fan, and that's why we have the Sanderson count. Wait, you guys haven't seen the chart, have you? So sometimes I would explain on stream to people uh, some of the stuff. Hold on, I'm bringing out the graph, guys. Where is this? I think it's here. Nope. Here it is. We have a chart of his extended universe. Also, I was monologuing. I forgot to read chat. Kane Chronicles happens in the same universe as Percy Jackson. Oh yeah, I really love the whole concept of multiple series, but they all are in a connected universe. It's kind of what made Avengers like really cool. You have these individual stories, and then once everyone is built up, they come together to create something beautiful. This is like people with anime movies. Yeah, when it comes to picking things and just finishing it to the end, I've spent $450 on Rick Riordan's books. That is a lot. If I'm not vibing with something, I'll drop it. Yeah, do you know what? This is my rule. This is my personal rule to. This is my get out of jail free that I gave to myself. And it is simply if I try a new show or series or anything, I will watch the first 3 episodes. 1, 2, 3. If by the end of the third episode, I love it or hate it, that's where I make the decision. Do I continue or do I put it aside and never think about it again? It's my get out of jail free card. Because sometimes I'd watch the first episode and then not like it, but eventually the series gets much better. I made that rule when Game of Thrones came out. So I watched the first episode, didn't like it. Then my best friend was like, oh, you need to watch this. It's an amazing show. I'm like, I didn't like it. She's like, no, watch with me. I'm like, fine. Watch second episode. By the third episode, I realized, oh, this is actually pretty good. And I would have missed out if I judged it based on episode 1. So yeah, even if I'm like, this is terrible and I hate it, I will still watch like the third episode. Either it'll grow on me by then, or they will have gotten to the point and, it's nice. The most expensive book series I own is Delicious in Dungeon Manga and Adventurous Bible, which cost me almost $600. Okay, that is insane. I mean, if you can buy it, sure. But I'm a very frugal cat. I'm the kind who I will hold up 2 products in the supermarket and be like, this one is 50% cheaper, but I think the quality is the same, so I'm going to go for this one. In fact, once I was at the store, I'm like, ooh, they have salmon here. Oh, but this store, it's £2 more than my usual grocery store. Put it back at the shelf, went home. My rule for shows is if it doesn't hold my attention by the third episode, I'm on. Oh yeah, exactly. I have the same thing. For me, it's even if it's like I actively hate this, I will still watch it. Episode 3, the ending, the credits roll. That's when That's when I sit with myself and I ask, do I like this? Do I not? All right, sorry, I got distracted. This is the Sanderson chart. These are all of the worlds he's written. Each have their own magic system, stories. This is Stormlight Archives. This is my favorite series. This is Mistborn. This is how all of the worlds are interconnected and everything. It is a very intricate web. And this is the reading order. If you want to get into like all of his books, this is the way to go. Honestly, beautiful series. I can't recommend it enough. I'm not sponsored. I should be, based on how much I'm shelling this out. But yeah. Anyway, this is the guy. One thing I'm confused about is how I'm gonna add this hat here. Cause you know what's the worst thing about rigging animals or VTubers with horns, special ears, etc. is how it interacts with clothing. So I'm like, One of my favorite game stories is unironically God of War. I really like Greek mythology, even though God of War isn't that accurate. Understandable. I think I used to be a huge Greek mythology nerd growing up, but I kind of just lost interest in it along the way. You know, as you get older, kind of just forget about things. So yeah, I feel like a lot of that. I think that's one of the main reasons I liked Percy Jackson. I used to love reading about history when I was younger. You know, I was saying the other day on stream, like, there was a time when I was in primary school, right? And we had to do like I think just a class on like history and stuff. And the premise was basically, okay, you guys need to go find an ancient civilization and write a report about it. So, you know, most people get, I think you could pick like the same ones or it had to be unique. I can't remember. This was, I was a child, okay? I think at the time of this story, I was like 7 years old. Now, I was going through the library and stuff, and I saw, ooh, there's this one called The Ancient Aztecs. I guess I'll write a report about them. So I did a lot of reading, made my whole presentation, and I went up to the class and I was presenting. And to my teacher's horror, there's this 7-year-old child at the front of class, very graphically describing the way they performed human sacrifice to appease the gods so that the gods don't destroy the world. So, yeah. Now, at the time, like, I didn't understand, like, that's a morbid topic and not something you should be talking about in a classroom full of children. So, yeah, good times. Anyway, instructions unclear. I'm not to blame. Um, I am a silly cat who, when given instructions, I perform them exactly. So yeah, I took Greek ancient history in college, 11 and 12 specifically. Oh, okay. I never took like an official class for it. I did take history class in high school, but that was covering World War One and World War Two. But I loved those classes because I loved the teacher. He is the guy who loved teaching about everything. Now, this guy, he starts the lesson talking about World War One and all of that stuff, and then he gets sidetracked, and then he starts talking about other history. Next thing you know, 15 minutes left in the class, he's describing in great detail how to commit international fraud using gold and politics. Because let's talk about how like our country was like scammed and all of that stuff out of I think like millions of dollars. So yeah, I really loved his lessons because he was one of those guys who loved teaching. I had no interest in World War One or two, but he loved teaching about all sorts of other history and other stuff, and that's what I like learning. It's basically those documentary YouTube channels that, you know, random topic, 20 to 40 minutes long, you just have it on, you're listening passively as you do other stuff. Yeah, that was basically the class. In year 12, I had to watch the first Percy Jackson movie for English. Oh, my condolences. I don't think the movie was that good. I barely remember it. I just remember it wasn't nice. But then again, like you do have to forgive them because they're trying to condense an entire what's it called? They're trying to condense an entire series into one movie, and that's kind of tricky without cutting out a lot of stuff. If they made a TV show, makes sense. You know, you can stretch it out. I've been watching The Wheel of Time. One of my friends recommended it to me, and beautiful show. I've been loving it. It is based on a book series, but instead of them spinning it off into a one-off movie, they made a series about it. Because the thing about a movie is you have to tell a lot of you have to tell a lot with such little time, whereas a series of books, a TV show, that kind of stuff, mm, you actually have the time to build up each and everyone's character so the audience cares, and then you put them through the trials. That's actually why the original Avengers worked really well, right? Hold on, let me sip water. I need to prepare for the rant. Now, the reason the original Avengers worked, if they made it the first movie of the MCU, it would have flopped. Hands down. I can, I bet someone else's kidneys on it. It would have flopped. Why? Because no one would have cared who any of the characters are. The reason it did so well is simply because they had the Hulk movie. Okay, now everyone knows who the Hulk is. We have the Iron Man movie. Everyone knows who Iron Man is now. They know and love him. Now they have the Captain America movie. Everyone knows and loves Captain America, you know? All of these things, they build up each and every one of the characters. They did miss some, right? But you get the idea. They made us care about the characters first, and then they did this important thing where they all team up and do stuff. That is, they did the exact same thing in Thunderbolts, except no one built up any of the characters. They're just like random people grabbed from the MCU and thrown together. So, yeah. If you want, this is also a good writing tip. Before you put like someone in a tragic situation, be like, oh, they went through something horrible. Most people, if you've not built up the character well, most people just would not care. I'd be like, oh, okay, something bad happened to some random person. A shrug, it happens. But one of the things that I really liked about the Stormlight Archives by Brandon Sanderson is the first book, right? A lot of people said, oh, it was way too long and all of that stuff. It was moving too slowly. That's actually, they're missing the point. The whole of the first book is basically building up who the characters are and why we should care about them. If they did not do that build up, like all of the characters' tragedies, no one would have cared, right? Because I think one of the protagonists, Kaladin, right? He's someone who suffers a lot, right? So instead of just having a character and going, okay, this is this person's character. He is tragic and sad and depressed and grumpy, right? They could have told you that, and you'd be like, okay, sure, whatever, bro. Instead, the entire first book is basically him being full of hope, reaching for freedom, and then everything goes wrong, and he's like, okay, that sucks. I'll try again. And then he gets beaten down again. I'll try again. Gets beaten down over and over and over again until by the end of like the first book, he's just this hollowed husk, right? So that builds up the character a lot, yeah. It shows you this is the person and this is why he is the way he is. So yeah, building up your characters is super important. It's something I've been learning to do because I host D&D for friends of mine. Fortunately, none of them, or actually none of us, professional writers or storytellers or even D&D players, right? These are all people I introduced to the game, so yeah. Their only understanding of the game is basically our one table, except for one who I think watches like shows like Dimension 20. The Percy Jackson series Disney Plus show is actually pretty good. I forgot that existed. Yeah. Cuz I heard like it was coming out and then I never heard about it again and I've just forgot. I was never much for the first two Thor movies or the Hulk movie. I love Iron Man and enjoyed Captain America. Ooh, I think Iron Man is my favorite MCU movie like of all time. I think I like the first two, three kinda. You know? After that, I kind of stopped liking it. This is what I really don't like about Marvel. Before, like in the Iron Man movies, I love the old suits because they're these massive chunks of tanky metal, and it looks cool. Nowadays, everything is just this magical CGI nanotech, and I think that's boring. It's a cop out, and it makes me mad. It looks more like rubber than actual metal. But hey, what do I know? I grew up on the early MCU, X Men movies. X Men Origins Wolverine Deadpool was an atrocity. Yeah, I never knew who Deadpool was growing up because I never read like the Marvel comics. Like just watching the movies was like how I knew about Marvel. It was only like much later I when I learned who Deadpool was, and then I look back at that movie. I'm like, wait, that was supposed to be that guy. I think I only ever played like the original God of War game. I think it was on the PlayStation 2. That's my only experience with God of War. I've never played any of the new ones. I've never played Devil May Cry. Fantastic Four First Steps was a fun movie. Do you mean like the new one? I heard it's pretty good, but I've never watched it. I've been meaning to. Do you know what's a good movie? Um, what are your thoughts on Johnny English? The Mr. Bean actor, that spy movie. What are your thoughts on Johnny English? I've never seen it. Darn. Because whether you loved or hated that movie, I had recommendations. I'm a huge fan of this really old what's it called? This old movie franchise. It's called The Naked Gun, right? It's very dry slapstick comedy movies from like the 1980s. Now, it's not for everyone, sure. Recently, though, they did a remake, right? We actually talked about this on stream when the remake was announced. I think I was showing everyone, like, oh, there's this old franchise I loved. So I was showing them the poster. I Google it. What do I see? I see Liam Neeson's face plastered on a poster saying new movie coming out, and my heart was broken. Tragedy. I was crying. I'm like, they're gonna try remake this movie and they're gonna break my heart. Ow. Yeah, add physical injury to the emotional one. So anyway, I was like, man, they're gonna destroy the memory of my favorite franchise. And I was salty about it for so long until I watched the movie, I came back on stream. I was like, guys, that was a beautiful movie. You all should go and watch it. Um, hold on. Let me see if I can bring up the poster. I love Deadpool. He's my favorite Marvel character. I only know him from the Deadpool movies. And I don't know if that is like the most accurate depiction of him. I don't know. Okay, here we are. This is the new one with Liam Neeson, The Naked Gun. And this is the OG. So it's one of those like have you ever watched Scary Movie or anything similar? You know, like those very kind of like spoof movies, you know? A movie I would never recommend watching is Borderlands movie. Paid $12 for a ticket, felt scammed. Uh, my condolences. I was at the theater, like I was visiting my home country when it came out, and I was with one of my best friends, and we're at the theater, and I paused, and I see this poster on the wall, and I'm like, huh, I love that game. I didn't know they were making a movie. She's like, oh, do you want to go watch it? I'm like, no, they probably did a horrible job about it. It's a video game movie. They always fall flat on their face, like 99% of the time. And also, I didn't know this was coming out. No one was talking about it, so I was like, Yep, it probably sucks. We're not going to waste our time. I didn't even bother investigating. But thanks for letting us know. I feel better about my decision. With movie, very, very different posters. Yeah, this is from like the 1980s. This was released, I think, 1st of August. So, yeah, beautiful movie. Go see this one if you haven't already. If you loved Johnny English, this movie is for you. The new one. The old one, I think if you have very like dry humor like I do, you're willing to like watch the old timey stuff, sure, go for it. This one I won't recommend to everyone, but this one, yeah, it's beautiful. Because this one they have like a lot of old, a bit edgy humor. So it's like there's no way they can remake this movie exactly. They can't make this movie exactly like this. I'm like, if they change it too much, it's gonna suck. But if they do something new, it's not gonna be the same. So what they did was they kind of they used a lot of the same like styles of humor, but they modernized it, and it was a beautiful thing to see. I can't shell this movie enough. You know what? This stream is basically Ordikai ad services where I promote all of the stuff that I enjoy. Please sponsor me, guys. Kay says, I'm back, finished talking with the crush. Ooh, how's that going? Wait, the Borderlands movie was free. Wait, is it free on YouTube, like officially, or did some guy just put it up there? The Sonic movies and Mario movies were good. Oh yeah, Okay, I didn't watch the Mario one, but Sonic was pretty good. I was never a Sonic fan. I only played like the 2D games as a baby. Yeah. Hold on, I do miss some messages, so let me scroll back up. Love Deadpool, favorite Marvel character. Oh wait, sorry, I read that one. But yeah, he said Deadpool from the Deadpool movies is a much better adaptation. Yeah, X-Men Origins, I think they just used the name and that's it. Like, his name is Deadpool. He regenerates like Wolverine. That was it. I think that was the only connection. It wasn't a high bar to clear. Yeah, that bar was on the floor. That was a terrible movie. Still like him? Well, why are you telling us? Tell him. Duh. Don't be a coward. Just do it. I love the Borderlands. Spent over 1,000 hours playing the games. Movie was biggest disappointment of the year. Oh, you're out of the loop? Probably. Because I used to get all the information through this stream, but I think whenever I pop into like Nadia's or Feather stream, there is updates there that I haven't seen yet. So, lay it on us. I love I've only played Borderlands 2. Beautiful game. You know, since I think 4 is coming out, Borderlands 2 and I think Borderlands 2 was free at some point and 3 was very cheap. So I got both of them and I bought it for a friend. I'm like, we are going to play this. We are going to have a great time. So it was nice seeing Nadia play it. I was like, it really gave me the itch to play it once more. His name isn't even Deadpool. It's Weapon 11. Oh, okay. Hey, Ordy. Hi, Ether. Welcome on in. Welcome to my art stream. We're doing literally everything but art. Wait, is it the art category? Oh yeah, thank God. I forget. Okay. I played Borderlands 1, 2, 3, TPS, and Wonderlands. I I only have experience with 2, and I heard the pre-sequel was pretty good. Tracks, the brain go birthday. Yeah. Okay, put it this way. Hold on, let me get rid of the posters. Before the client gets their model and they realize it has this floating there. I have finished the art of 2 models. That is great progress. I am basically done with my September commissions. It's only the 2nd, right? I am way ahead of schedule. So, none of this no productivity nonsense, right? I am productive cat. In fact, not only am I doing this, I'm also working on a full body model, which has a lot of horror eldritch themes and little doodads that I want to play around with. So yeah. Hi ATD, welcome on in. You joined us almost an hour late but still got the first redeem. I feel like yeah, everyone missed out on that one. One day we will do art on stream. Today is maybe not that day. I confessed. He said he loves me too, but for now he wants to focus on his college, get a stable life, so he can afford to pay at 8, blah blah blah. I feel like dating someone shouldn't be too much of a time sink. It really depends. There are some people who they like to be attached at the hip. I think I'm just a very independent person, and I also like independent people. If that makes sense. Borderlands 3 has good gameplay, but the story is disappointing. I don't think I really care about the story too much, so long as the gameplay is fun. We're too busy yapping, exactly. Cat says only productive off stream where we can see it. Okay, first of all, where do you think this sheep came from? Actually, sorry, it's a goat. Miss Specie did. This is what happens when you hang out in Feather Stream. I just don't date stay long because more time to do things. I can kind of understand that. I feel like how would you say this? Called the go to sheep cancel on Twitter. Well, thankfully I don't really use it. You know, I really should start using it again. I know it's good marketing for art and all that stuff, but I just can't be bothered. I'm sorry. At most, I posted on Reddit where, like, the VTuber groups and stuff where, those are like niche groups who would appreciate it rather than Twitter where it gets, like, sent into the void. Handsome Jack's right? Yeah, I really loved him as a villain. Truth be told, none of the Borderland games, like, yeah, I played all of 2, I think like twice. I still have no idea what it's about. I know it has something to do with Iridium, Angel, Vault, blah, blah, blah. Something like that. But yeah, sorry, we were talking about dating. I feel like this is usually the case with younger people. Relationships are seen as a huge chunk of a person's life, whereas I kind of just seeing it as a little cherry on top of, the rest of your own life, if that makes sense, right? They shouldn't be your everything, and I think it's a bit unhealthy if they are. Because, there's some people who, once they get into a relationship, they kind of just like forget all their friends exist, never do anything without the partner and all of that stuff, which is all well and good if it's like a perfect match and all that stuff. But if you make that person your whole life and they're not, maybe they find it a bit too clingy, that's not good. Or if, God forbid, things don't work out, maybe completely maybe not your fault or not even their fault, like, oh, they have to like move away, blah blah blah, all that stuff, like it ends and you've made them their whole life, everything shatters, your life is empty and hollow, and you feel like you have nothing, which is probably not a nice feeling. So yeah, I feel like independence is a very important trait for everyone to have, but hyper independence is a bit too much in the wrong direction. I think I have a bit of that. I'm one of those people who are like, oh, I don't like this. This feels like a bother, and then just does not do it. That's my personality trait. Mm. The villain of the pre-sequels is somehow more forgettable than Command and Steel, who wasn't even mentioned in the second game, despite being the antagonist of the first. Yeah. If a character is not really memorable, I don't know. Balance 2 is the previous game's Vault Hunters recruiting new Vault Hunters to stop the Sea of Hyperion from killing every person on Pandora. Yeah. It's it's awakening a vague memory in me. Cat mentality, yeah. I feel like I'm very cat-like in that sense, where if I decide like, oh, okay, let's hang out, let's do our own thing, quality time is nice, and then suddenly I'm like, yeah, I want to go away and do my own thing. That's the kind of person I am, and I feel like the perfect partner is someone who would be similar. I remember Command and Steel because she got eaten by the destroyer. Yeah, I don't know any of that story because I've not played that game. Maybe one day. I do have a Borderlands binge to get through with one of my friends. So yeah, I'm gonna show him the way. I love the looting mechanics though. It really scratches the loot goblin in my brain. So yeah, I've never played Kingdom Come. I started the Borderlands franchise with the first game. Oh. Yeah, I only ever played the second one. Was it on the PlayStation 3? Yeah, it had to be 3. The graphics, I don't think they would have run on a 2. Let me double check. Okay, let's see. Borderlands 2. PS. Is it PS2? No, it's on the PS3. Yep, it's on the PS3. On a good fantasy night game, working on one right now. Need months, if not years, to complete it though. Oh, okay. Yeah, you mentioned that. Oh, well, you mentioned wanting to work on a game. Honestly, I've been really learning about good character writing. Not writing a story or the plot or anything, just writing the characters, simply for D&D, right? Now, I could tell that I was improving, right? Because in my last session, they had encountered, how do I just sum this up? Because I don't want to get into like the whole lore of what was going on, because I don't think anyone cares. I'm not standing here. Look, I'm the kind of person who, instead of saying like or trailing my words, what I like to do is I just pause and I think about what I want to say, and then I make a coherent sentence rather than trailing words and going like and things like that. It's a bad habit of mine that I'm trying to train out. So yeah, sometimes I pause, think about what I want to say, and then say it. But yeah, that character, they were introduced like a year ago. No one knew or cared who they were. But then they started becoming relevant again in campaign 5, which is where we are. It was only like after a while, one of my friends, like at the end of the session, just like very casually, he's like, I never cared who she was, but she's starting to feel like kind of an interesting character. And I was like, I never told them like I was learning this and that. I was like, yes, it's working. They have fallen for my trap. They are falling for the charismatic person who is trying to kill them. Good job, Ordi. So yeah, that was my experiment of writing like a good character. Because before I tried to do quantity over quality, and I think that a bad thing was you had too many characters that no one cared about. So instead, I was like, okay, instead of like 1,000 adventurers, they're only gonna focus on like one person. Just a character. Yeah, you see, they're against the party. They want the same thing the party wants, and has actively tried killing them before. But they had to escape an even stronger enemy, so they worked together. But she's super polite. She's the kind who would stab you with a smile on her face, right? She's one of those like gentleman scholar posh-ish types, right? So yeah, they find it really hard to be like annoyed at her. Oh yeah, you can roll the dice. Oh, hi, Whirlboom. Welcome on in, right as the ad started. Sorry about that. Oh, welcome, welcome. What are you guys doing? You guys are doing art. Oh, we're a yapping stream, even though there is art here. Hi, welcome on in. I'm Ordikai. Wait, hold on. We need to be proper streamer, okay? I don't have a raid intro. Hi, I am Ordikai. I am cat. I am wizard. I do live 2D art and rigging. Yeah, I talk more than I draw, so my record is, I think, a 3-hour stream and a single line drawn. So we have yet to beat that record to this day. And one of the main things that I do is I make little mascots like these little guys. They're blocked by the ads, ironically. So yeah. So welcome on in. What are you guys up to? Is she the kind people say I can fix her to? No, they only say that about like deranged maniacal people. She's the one where you're like, I think she's okay, but I wake up in the middle of the night and she's holding a pillow inches away from my face. I don't know what that's about. So yeah, it's one of those ones where something feels off, but they can't quite put their finger on it. But yeah, usually when I hear the I can fix her, I think like Jinx from Arcane or League of Legends. I never played the game. I've only watched the show. I think I played like a total of 15 minutes of the game. Ooh, art. Okay. Finished on some muscle practice by drawing buff women. Ah. Hold on, let me see this. Oh, I recognize this from My Hero Academia. Hold on, let me put it on screen. She was one of I think one of my favorite characters in the show. I'm just trying to think. Is she like the character I was talking about in D&D? Imagine her energy, but instead of wild and chaotic, it's more like more gentlemanly and noble-like. Yeah, thanks for the art tags. I'm always concerned about like links and stuff, but I feel like the Discord app one is pretty secure. So yeah, can fix my Lego sets and nothing else. Yeah, this is one where there was one scene where in D&D, for context, they have something she wants. They're looking for it in a tavern. She walks in and she's a mage. She has magic. She's holding all of the tavern goers hostage. A fight breaks out. They almost win. She basically, they think she dies. She fakes her death. Uh, Chaos ensues. There's like four different factions after this one thing, right? Oh, she can do more than that. Okay, do you guys even care? You know what the TLDR is? They are basically tracking what appears to be a pixie. All right, gotta go run since it's late on my end. Good luck with the rest of stream. Well, thanks for stopping by and thanks for the raid. Have a good night, and I hope you get a good night's sleep. Bye bye. But yeah, let me just give you like a TLDR of what's going on. So they're basically tracking a pixie, which for some reason everyone wants. One of the gods' angels are after them. A faction of people wearing creepy bird masks. These mutant monsters, right? And this one lady who seems to know a little bit about everything. Everyone is scrabbling for this pixie, and the party does not know why. This creature is basically the equivalent of being created out of antimatter. So, crazy amount of power could destroy a huge chunk of the planet in the wrong hands. Now, wait, I was going somewhere with this. Why was I explaining this again? Hold on, I lost my train of thought. Hold on. Guys, am I stupid? This actually happens way too often. I'll be telling a story, I'll go off on a tangent, and then I forget what the original story was, and then yeah. Yes, hey. Are you imagining I think arson I'm fun to play D&D with? I wanna play an arsonist. Okay, when it comes to characters like that, if you wanna play at a table, here's the way to do it. You should have a backup character, and you should tell everyone at the table, I'm like, hey, this is the character that I want to play, and they are a shitty person. If for some reason the party decides to kill them, I am A-okay with that. So I have a character who's in a death cult, who's actively trying to kill as many people as possible. So, yeah. Characters that didn't mean much in the beginning but became important later. Oh, right. Yeah. Okay, so this character, I was giving the TLDR as to why this character is important. Thanks, James. So, fakes her death. They basically kill her. At least they think they do. Until they win the fight, they go back to check on her corpse for loot, as you know the party does, and they realize her body is gone. So they're like, "Oh shit!" Not then, before they can react, the celestial faction and this faction of mutant monsters appears out of god knows where. They found the monster. They start fighting. They're not fighting the party, they're fighting each other. They would mop the floor with the party. The party are like ants to them. So it's basically, instead of fighting, right, the entire scene was they need to get the combat in quotes, is them keeping the creature out of the enemy's hands. So they're basically throwing this Tinkerbell sized thing left and right like a football, not knowing that she could potentially destroy this entire part of the country. I can't wait for them to find out that. So one of the party members, he threw this pixie at the others who were hidden. Giant celestial monster is after him. What he does is he's running down the alleyway. He's ready to sacrifice himself. He's lured the monster away from the others. This lady, who minutes before was fighting and trying to kill him, pulls him into an alleyway, saves his life. So they have a momentary truce to get this thing out of there. Now, she's talking to him and stuff, and she asks him basically like, what is this thing to you? What do you know? And like, I described that she puts her hand on the character's chest, right? And they think she's being flirty and stuff. But what that character is trying to do is she has put like her hand on his chest to feel his heartbeat, to see if he's lying. Now, I only told the party this like as a fun fact afterwards, because I think they were curious. They're like, why was she flirting with me? I was like, oh, she wasn't. She was checking your heart rate. And then they're like, oh, this character has depth. They have smarts. They have intelligence. Blah blah blah. And then this was the first time they're like, I'm actually this character is starting to grow on me. We may have to kill her before she kills us, but for now she seems kind of okay. So yeah, from the others who are like trying to capture this creature, she seems to be the only one who doesn't have any evil intent. She's like, I will have to kill you guys, regrettably, if it means I get to keep this thing safe. So yeah. Yeah, stands out. Okay, I have my moments. This is the end of the day. I was doing art all day long. I did the art of two mascot models and one full body model, which I'm really excited about. My brain is tired. You need to understand that. We may be stupid, yeah. We all have a moment. Whenever I go live, this is my relaxing time. Streaming is a hobby, all right? We don't have to think. Our brains can be put on battery saver mode. Hey, I have never lied before in my life. That is untrue. What do you mean, liar? Does this face look like it's capable of lying? I didn't think so. Seeing high salary missed you. Yeah, long time no see. I assumed you were busy, so I was like, you pop in whenever. I'm the second densest substance on the planet. Well, apparently, according to Kay, you'll fit in well here. In my last D&D campaign, I was a wizard who casted spells by drawing them from a physical deck of playing cards. Ooh, I love unique magic systems like that. Even if it's like self-imposed. I do have okay. I run D&D, but I have multiple campaigns stealing from Brandon Sanderson. I have different worlds which have different magic systems, different technology, blah blah blah, that kind of stuff. So if I want to run a steampunk game, I have a steampunk world, right? Same universe, and each of the worlds, the magic works a little bit differently. One of them, I even actually have rules for this, the way that I write it down. One of them is they use the rules as written, except all spells have somatic components. So, they kind of have to wave their hands, otherwise they can't do it. So, if you bind someone's hands or chop it off, they just can't cast spells. So, yeah, there's a bit of lore there. I'm not gonna info dump here. Sorry, it is a bad habit of mine. But yeah, if you love D&D, we have a whole section in Discord. I do want to have a community D&D session. I have one planned. I've not forgotten about it, guys. I'm still planning it. Hopefully, we're in September. Yeah, hopefully this month we should have it. I'll keep you guys posted. So yeah, keep an eye on the Discord. You should go full chaotic neutral. I like a. Okay, I have a table full of min maxers. So what I go for is utility and roleplay. I'll go for the character which is funniest. Or can get out of sticky situations. I have a druid, right? Who her spells are not how to kill the enemy fast. She's designed to be slippery, right? So I'm talking distraction magic, escaping with wild shape, buffing the party, that kind of stuff. Right. I think the favorite spell that I have there is Contagion, which if I play a full campaign, I'm like, I want to cast Contagion in the village market, randomly bump into someone, give them the bubonic plague and move away. Because they're a death cult trying to bring civilization to an end. Everyone should be hippies in the forest worshipping nature, right? So yeah, they're like an extremist environmentalist. Eco-terrorist, I think is the word. So yeah, that's the character that I play. And she's this sweet elf, ray of sunshine, super cute art. But given the chance, she will let the party die. And I'm talking, someone is down, they're in the corner. She'd be like, don't worry, I'll heal him. Runs over when no one is looking. They'd be like, oh, I'm so sorry. Chris closes his eyes, be like, it's too late. There's nothing I could do. Hush now, go into the light, Even though that person is still alive and can be saved, yeah, she'll just pretend like they couldn't have been. And I was talking to a couple of my friends who they are potentially gonna DM soon. I'm like, hey, this is the character I have in mind. They are an awful person. They are a bubbly ray of sunshine. They deserve to be put down like an animal. I am a-okay with the party deciding that, so don't worry about it. There are some people who play edgy characters, unlikable characters like that, but then they get surprised when people don't like them. Like either in character or NPCs are like, this person is rude. I'm gonna stab him. Yeah. So yeah, if you want to play shitty characters, always know that you should be okay with other people just trying to kill them because of their personality. So yeah, little bit of advice from the D&D table. Fortunately, I've never had any problems. I have a beautiful table. But yeah, I had my session on Saturday. It was super fun. It was a long hiatus. I think like 2 weeks. So yeah, it was fun. I'm going for more of a cinematic vibe because they're min maxers. They can win any fight if it's balanced. So I wanted to go for something more, how do you say this? Something more cinematic, more horror, right? So, for example, like I said, they had their combat sessions. They are ants compared to the creatures fighting near them. Imagine being a human in like a Godzilla movie. Those things are fighting. They're not that big, but they're that powerful. Imagine being humans. Like these things could kill you without even noticing you were there. Um, so their combat was avoiding getting killed and running away. The last time I planned D&D session, the DM got lost for 2 hours. What do you mean got lost? Pretty sure Ori plans when they have D&D session. Wait, what's this in reference to? Wait, Ori is the first densest thing. Reply is, I'm pretty sure Ori plans when they have D&D sessions. What does that mean? Then I was hoping it would be Anakin yelling liar. No, I like I think it's called Invader Zim. I've only ever seen clips of it. But I love the voice actor. He's the guy from I forgot where he was from. Words are failing me. I did not have internet for a while because I moved new city for the 10,000th time and hopefully last. Oh, yeah, moving sucks. Trust me. I was moving halfway across the world and I was like, okay, one of my main thoughts is how fast can I get internet so that stream is not interrupted. Kind of sucked because my character could only memorize 4 proper spells. Okay. Do you mean like rules wise or I don't know? Because I think like level 1 wizard already has 6 spells, so. Will plague be on? Yeah, by the way, like I said, that character is an eco-terrorist. How do you kill people? You set off a plague in a crowded city. And I told my friend, like, hey, this is what I plan to do. Now you can make it part of the story and build off of it if you want. Or if you don't want to do anything like that, you'd be like, oh, some guy got sick, went to the temple, they healed it before it spread. All good, had 0 effect. My character will still do things like this every time they can. Someone cut their finger with the paper. How shall you shall perish? Exactly. That's the kind of person she pretends to be a healer so that she can actively let people die. That's the druid that I'm playing. But the thing is, I didn't make them edgy like, oh, civilization is a scourge. I will cleanse the land and stuff. She'd be like, she's this bubbly ray of sunshine, a super sweet thing you would think is like made of sugar, right? Only to realize that they're actively trying to commit genocide. So yeah, fun characters like that. My usual D&D group consists of me, my twin's partner, my twin's partner's brother, and my friend. It's good to have like a tight knit, or one where people are close like that, because you can always like find them and rope them back in. Scheduling is always like the toughest part about D&D. So yeah. The DM caught the wrong bus and got lost for 2 hours. Oh, that's what you mean by. Yeah, that's rough. I play online with my friends because we started playing during COVID. And then after everything opened up, we were busy with a lot of stuff. So in the end, we're just like it's a lot more convenient to have it online. Then afterwards, everyone kind of just moved away, but to this day, we still play, and yeah, it's a good way to keep in touch with people I probably would have fallen out of touch with. Maybe only hear from them like once a year or so. Could have one spell for a different symbol on the playing cards. Number. Oh, okay. Okay. Even if you have like four spells, you would have four very powerful spells. Interesting. Or do you know a game called Mana Lords? I think I've heard of it, seen a bit of gameplay. Never played it. I did see some guy on YouTube where I think he made like a channel of like, oh, this is how you make like a rune system that is actually a bit. It's not really readable, but it makes sense. So in D&D, whenever we have like runes and stuff, I usually just go online, get random nonsense, blah blah blah. Right. So this guy, what he did was like, he has a system where spells are basically like, you start with your circle. Over here it's a evocation spell, uses fire, does this thing, is linked by I don't know 4th level, and then you just draw like that, and then you're like, oh, this is now the rune for fireball. And yeah, I saw one of his shorts where he's like, oh, this is a city map where the roads look like this, right? You see, like, it has like points, this is the streets, and it has the streets like this and all of that. It's like, oh, but this is the rune for the fly spell, and it's a floating city. So I was like, that is beautiful lore that I'm definitely gonna steal and use into my own table. By the way, since we're talking about a lot of nerdy stuff, I do have this toggle. I made the emote first, and I realized, oh, I could just add the glasses and teeth to my model, and yeah, I have this toggle. It's very OP being an artist and rigger, where any dumb thing you think of, you can easily just like add it and be like for free. It just takes time. Whereas if you don't know how to do art or rig, you will have to shell out money for it. So yeah, that is a great reason to get into art and learn how to rig. It's daunting at first, but hey, give it 6 months, give it a year. You'll be great at it. Yeah, my clubs are fireball because the DM allowed it. Yeah, you can cast essentially level 9 fireballs. And that is insane. At a D&D one-off where I accidentally killed a party by setting a field on fire. Oh. Yeah, whenever they cast fire spells in wooded areas, a part of me is always like, do they start a forest fire? Should they burn down a local village so, a mob forms and chases them out of town? Yeah. I think I have yet to teach my party the consequences of actions. They don't do crazy stuff, but I do have one friend who gamifies it a lot, where it's like, oh, helping this person does not reward me. Oh, they're poor, they can't like pay me anything, and they don't know anything, that kind of stuff. They're like, not worth the hassle, ignores them. So I want to try something where there are consequences to actions like that. Or even the other way around, like, oh, they donated money to like some random street urchin. Turns out that was a scout for the Thieves Guild, and now they know the party has a lot of money, and now they get targeted by thieves, that kind of thing. Hearts were relatively weak healing spell, diamonds were defensive spell, and spades were another fire spell. Ah, yeah, you can never have too many fire spells. I actually have another character who's just like arrogant elf wizard. Very shallow thing. I only use them in a one-shot that a friend wanted to run, and I made that character in like an hour. So I put like under his personality traits, arrogance. So he high intelligence, but never admits to anything ever being wrong. So we are fighting these fire cultists, and they had resistance to fire and then when he realized this, one of the other party members pointed it out. Instead of being like, oh, okay, switches to ice spells. Nope, he was like, oh, it doesn't matter, it's fine, I didn't make a mistake, I knew that they had resistances, it's just my fire magic is so strong that I just don't care. Continue spamming them with fireballs, you know. in, I always feel like it's nice to rope your character's flaws into it. A character's flaws are always more interesting than their strengths, and I always find that interesting. I intentionally attacked a field with a fireball. There could have been goblins in there. I like how the keywords being could have been, just in case, burn down the whole place. I love D&D. Ooh, this Saturday, I don't have D&D. I was gonna take a break from DMing, and my friend who was supposed to host their one shot suddenly became unavailable. So yeah, I'll have to cancel it with my friends. I might spend that time working on our already called one shot. So yeah, so far I just have like literally everyone there has little to no experience playing D&D, so it's a party of newcomers. So yeah, I'll try to make something simple. I always love when more D&D people pop in here, you know? It's always nice. I get to talk about D&D for like 3 hours. Jokers could do anything from killing me instantly to resurrecting someone from the dead. Instantly killing was the equivalent to a 1, resurrecting. I put more thought into that wizard than I do most things. Understandable. What about personality-wise? Any crazy characters? I think how would you say this? At my table, since we're a lot of new people, well, okay, not new, people who don't really have the most experience with roleplay, it was kind of hard to shake my party out of seeing it as a video game or a story where they're along for the ride. So they usually default to whoever speaks up first. They're like, oh, okay, we'll do that one because no one wants to decide. So that's the reason I made this druid character who wants to, like, you know, end civilization, simply because if the party is faced with a choice, I want to be the character who boldly steps into the front, takes the reins, be like, we are gonna do this thing, and always pick the worst choice ever, right? I want to pick the choice that leads to the most death and destruction, and make it seem like an innocent, honest mistake. One of my friends was a Cerberus with each head having a distinct personality. I imagine a lot of internal conflict. I'm not the best at roleplay. My brain has difficulty imagining things. Understandable. Yeah, I don't even mean like getting into character and putting on the voices. I just mean going like, oh, how do you say this? You're like, my character would see this and go, these people beating up on a helpless, unarmed individual. I am a knight of justice, right? I would not stand for that. And then they step in. Like, to me, that's okay. Yeah, it's when it comes to D&D, it's not important to be like a voice actor or really be good at improv or, you know, that kind of stuff. So long as like maybe you see like, oh, this is something like my character would do, and, you know, this is how they are. Separating the player from the character is usually like the first step, and I feel like most of my friends have gotten to like that point. So yeah, it's really funny. One of my friends, she plays what she describes as the god of shawarma, and she basically has this picture of, hold on, let me pull up the character art. By the way, this is why I can never stream D&D with like the current Roll20 setup that I have, because everything is stolen art or copyrighted. Hold on, This is her token. Yeah, here we are. So this is my friend. She goes, I wanna be the god of shawarma, and they're like the most broken healer, by the way. This is someone who is a casual player, right? Casual player meaning they don't understand the rules too much. They're not a min maxer. Every day they have to, every session they read their character sheet like, oh, what are my spells again? How does this work, right? She's one of those players, right? Perfectly fine. I see connecting to chat. Did my internet bug out? Oh no, seems all good. Hello? Hello? Is this thing on? I think so. Yes? Okay, perfect. I love the fisheye filter. I never get to use it. But yeah, so she's the kind of character who is not a min-maxer, barely understands how the rules work. Each time she's like, oh, can I jump from this building to that one? Oh, can I run and hide here? And I look at her sheet, I'd be like, okay, these are the stats. Yeah, you can do that. So that's how she plays. My table is a mix of sweaty min-maxers and casual players who have never read the rule books. Or actually don't even know any of the rules. They vaguely understand how the game works, and that's enough. Like I think there were people who were nervous about it, and I was like, hey, you don't need to read the rules, you don't need anything, just bring yourself and your enthusiasm and you're all set. So yeah, she's one of those characters. So before, early on, what I noticed is the min-maxers would super optimize their characters and be like way stronger than the casual players, because it's a pretty much a 50-50 split of min-maxers and casuals. So I decided, okay, here's how it's going to work at the table. Min-maxers, you guys get to use rules as written. You follow the official guides, the official rules, all of that stuff. Whereas the casual players, I give them lots of broken abilities and magic items and all of that stuff to kind of close the gap between like the two characters, if that makes sense. Like for example, let me draw this out. If this is the potential of the character's strength, right? Sorry, that's too big. If this is a character's potential strength, a min-maxer will utilize all of the strength to its fullest ability, right? Whereas if someone is a casual player, right, they will only ever utilize the characters with like about 40% strength, right? They don't know how to use the character effectively, so they're very weak. So what I did was, instead of nerfing the min-maxer players, what I did was I just made the casual players crazy strong. Like, this is the strength of the character. But since they play so efficiently, their inefficient use of a overpowered character matches the regular optimized min-maxer. And it's like, this system works great. No one complained and it was all good. So, that aside, this character can... if she's in your party, she plays like a he character, but yeah, you get what I mean. With them on your party, you can never die. The funniest thing is she refuses to heal anyone who doesn't grovel at her feet. So yeah, she plays like the arrogant, selfish god. She's like, oh, you're dying, give me 10 prayers and a sacrifice in my name, like food or an offering, and then she'll think about it. And I think like that's the funniest thing ever. I love characters like that. It's not always about like winning. The only way to win a D&D is that everyone has a good time. I play D&D to cause chaos and occasionally help the party. Yeah, that's what I love. I'm more of a casual player. In a different one shot, I did one of the characters as a goose with daggers taped to their wings. I love dumb characters like that. I'd actually died because I refused to ask the gods for help. Yeah, a lot of my min-maxers are like that. To this day, I think the player, she only ever heals one of my other friends. This is one of like a newer addition to the table. This is one of my childhood best friends. I think she watched Big Bang Theory, and they're playing D&D, and she's like, "Oh, I know Ordi. He plays D&D and all that other nerdy stuff." And then she asked me to join the table. So I thought she'd join for like a session or two, but she really, really loved it, and she's been a regular part of the campaign ever since. So yeah, I think she's the only one who was not already friends with the others before like the game and stuff. But all of my friends, super nice, super welcoming. They immediately got along super quickly. And yeah, that is the only person who ever gets healed without groveling at their feet. So yeah, a lot of yeah, my min maxes are like that. It's like, oh, could you heal me? Will you grovel at my feet? I think I'll be fine. It's okay. Scrounges their last potion. Yeah. One day they will get into a fight where they desperately need the healing. They will beg. I have that person. Okay. I gave that character basically a staff, right? I think it's a healing staff, right? It has 10 charges, and each charge it casts 4th level cure wounds. So super strong healing spell. It can also, cure diseases, cure blindness. I think it can resurrect people. So you can cast like insane healing spells, not even use a spell slot. When my characters be chilling on 1 health, really refuse to ask the gods for help. Understandable. I feel like my arrogant wizard would be like that, you know? We've been live for 1 hour and 40 minutes. We have not done any art. We're doing so great, guys. Why is this blue? Okay, we'll draw at least 1 line. But yeah, anyway, we had a very long D&D rant today. Not rant, discussion. I love the game. Like, it's one of those things where, like, the possibilities are endless. When I first started, I think there was a YouTube channel because I was searching like a lot of D&D content. A lot of it was like D&D horror stories, and I was actually kind of worried starting off. But as like time went on, I realized, oh, okay, my friends are all pretty cool, so is all good. Tried to kill a god during a D&D session. How'd that work out? Quite well, actually. I don't know what your world's definition of God is. In mine, it's basically like celestial being. So in a nutshell, it's a custom race that I made for my table because this one friend, when she was new, she's like, "Ooh, I want to play a god." I was like, "Okay, what if we just use the cleric class and instead of getting their power from a god, like believing in a god and all that stuff, they just get their power from themselves. This is their own innate divine power." So yeah, that's kind of what I did. And next thing I know, everyone is picking it. They're supposed to be this super rare species, for lack of a better term. Only for all of the min-maxes to realize it's such a good class because I made it myself and therefore it's kind of broken. And yeah, next thing I know, the entire party is all celestial beings. If I just become tarnished from Elden Ring. They're actually kind of like that in the sense that I made this class for casual players in mind, and this friend in particular, uh, I think she died really early on, just like as an offhanded comment. I was like, okay, you crumble into dust, and then after like the party had a long rest, they reform. So I was like, okay, one thing I added to this class is they basically can't die unless by like special means and all that stuff. So yeah, it's basically think of it like a video game. As soon as they like die, they just like fade away into dust, and then they respawn. They respawn a while later, but mechanically speaking, I'm like, yeah, you respawn when everyone takes a long rest. They respawn at bonfires. Let's go. Yeah, quite literally in this sense. Don't think I thought this had through. Just respawn at the nearest bonfire until they link the first flame. I've never actually played Elden Ring. I did play a little bit of Dark Souls 2, I think. Never finished it. I have no idea what any of the lore is. So yeah, I apologize for that. The first flame is from Dark Souls? I would have known that. Not a Dark Souls player. The flame is the source of Gwyn's power. I have no idea who that is either. You'd probably like the story and how it is told. What if I just watch one of those like 2 hour long videos on YouTube, just someone info dumping and being like, this is the entire plot line of Dark Souls. That kind of thing. Usually if a game has like a really good story, but I have zero intention of playing, that's kind of what I do. I'd watch a playthrough first. I don't know. I feel like a playthrough requires active watching, whereas most of the content I consume, if you only listen audio only, you're not missing much. There's the story of the game and then the story behind the scenes. Yeah, I feel like one of those like complete story videos would just be, it wouldn't just be like the plot, it'll be talk about the entire world and everything like that. You get what I mean? Like one of those like theorists who really, really enjoy about talking about every single inch of the game. Because usually if I like really like a game and I enjoyed the story, that video is usually 8 hours plus. You know what? I'll break it up into a series. Whenever it's a video like that, I watch it maybe at like 30 minutes at a time. Maybe I'll watch it for like 30 minutes, go because I have other stuff to do. Next thing I know, oh, I have like a couple hours free time. Continue where I left off, that kind of thing. My favorite Souls game is Bloodborne because it lets me kill children. If you've ever played Skyrim, you will understand the beauty of mods. Just saying. I've watched an 11-hour long video on Dark Souls lore. Yeah, by the end of it, I'll probably know more about the lore than people who've actually played the game. In fact, I'm like that with like the game theorists and FNAF lore, whereas I know so much about the game's lore and stuff. I have never played it, nor have I watched like gameplay of it. My favorite character is Feig. Yeah, again, never played it, so I don't know these people. Yep. Don't know who any of those people are, but I'm sure they're both great. Now I want to add the hat, but I don't want to block the horns. What if? Hold on, I'm doing actual art now. Ooh, I do feel my voice getting a bit tired. Let me turn this on. So I don't have to explain myself. Voice tired. I think I put it on for like one day and I was like, you know, this would actually be really great. Not even just like before I start streaming or something. Like if it's a day where like, you know, I'm a bit tired. It's actually pretty good for like even midway through the stream. I could just like put it on. So at least like if someone pops in a bit later, they see like, oh, voice tired. That's why it's a bit more chill, a bit more quiet. In the chat is a reference, a story. Ahab and the whale. Ahab and the whale. Oh, okay, yeah, I was thinking, is that Moby Dick? But I didn't want to say that out loud in case I was wrong. Because it's like the name sounds familiar. I was like, is it from there? Yeah. The entire plot of Bloodborne is the hunter played recruited by an old man in a wheelchair. The moon god to kill an invisible infant god. The hunter eats 3 umbilical cords and kills the old man in a wheelchair and the moon god after killing the invisible infant god. Yeah, that makes perfect sense. He looks like he's wearing a sports band. Along the way, the hunter goes to a hell created by a squid god and kills the squid god's newborn child. So I was just rubbing my eye. I think that was a mistake though. Yeah, that sounds very convoluted and complex. I don't think the Spark notes will cut it. I need full info dump level of explanations. Is the kind of thing that I will put on while doing work, completely zone out. Next thing I know, 8 hours have passed and I've finished like 3 models. I love Bloodborne a lot. It was the first game I platinumed. What does platinuming a game mean? Platinuming means getting 100%. Ah, okay, thanks for that. Alright, I'm trying to figure out the shading here. There we are. Maybe a little shine. Like that. Because I want to make this back part of the hat, but I want it to be behind the horns, you know? I don't think I like the song. The platinum trophies for Bloodborne, Elden Ring, and Spider-Man. I don't think I've ever 100%ed any game. Maybe I did accidentally, but never intentionally. I feel like maybe Skyrim, but never on the same platform. Because I've been playing it since like 2011, truth be told. I am bound to have finished that game. Like, I'm bound to have finished everything in that game. There is no way. I 100% around 36 games on PlayStation, around 10 on Steam so far. If you had a gun to my head and asked me to name 26 games that I've played, I don't think I could finish that list. Early actively trophy hunting games, yeah. It's one of those things that, you know, it kind of encourages replayability. I could name ME20. Yeah, I usually only remember like the current things that I'm playing. I saw Helldivers got a new update, so I might get back into that. I only do it if I really like the game, though, if it's easy enough. Yeah, I think I would only do it if it's easy enough. Maybe I should re-download Skyrim. Achievement hunt. That'll keep me occupied for a long time. Ooh, I just remembered. Completely unrelated to the topic. I don't think Twitch's anti-bot system is working too well. Truth be told, I think it worked well in like the first wave. But I think yeah, I don't think it's doing too hot. I'm quite frankly, I'm surprised. I thought it would have taken a lot longer for botting services to get around it. Now, why did this randomly pop into my mind right now? Because literally right before stream, right? I usually click on like a few. How do you say this? Occasionally, I click on like recommended streams and stuff like that, and I notice a few bots advertising in other chats. I think bots are still like, they're in the chats. It's just they don't get counted as like live viewers. I think that's the main thing they were tackling. I don't think they were like getting rid of like advertising bots. At least not that I'm aware of. I think the main concern was view botting. So usually when I talk about like bots on Twitch, I think like that's the one that I usually reference. So the reason this came up is I had clicked on a random stream, right? The bots selling view bots. Yeah, the ones that like dump links into it, into like a chat. Yeah, I don't know if they'll ever get rid of those. I've just like blocked off a ton of like the common words that they use. But yeah, I clicked on a random stream today and I was like, okay, 1.4k viewers. They're VTubers. I was like, okay. I joined the stream and the quality was of someone who probably just started streaming. Like, I'm talking consistent, just like almost constant dead air. Like, I was watching out of morbid curiosity. It was almost constant, like, dead air. They're playing some game. I can't remember which one. right? They're just playing a game. It was just like the casual grinding combat. Chat was like one message every 5 minutes because I was like looking at the what's it called, like the time and stuff, and I was like, this feels very odd. So, me being bored, I just like put their name into like the Twitch tracker stats and stuff. So I'm saying, this person streams usually to like 6 to 10 people. On a good day, it seems to jump to 40, and then just randomly it jumps up to like I think like actually don't think I should say the number, but it was like actually yeah, it's fine. You're not gonna know who they are. It was like yeah, I think like 1,400. Wait, I said this before. Hold on, my brain is tired. I hope you forgive me. But yeah, I was seeing like their viewership per day is like 6 to 10, upwards of like 40 on like a good day, and then just randomly goes up to like 1,400. I was like, that's fishy. So I was like, now it could just be a very, very, very quiet chat. A bit unlikely. Their following was big, but not for the size of viewership, you know? Sounds more like a message from a VBot company. No, I felt like they had real chatters, right? But they seem to be people who just stumbled in. Oh yeah, the VBot companies. I think they're. Yeah, I definitely think they're back. So I think Twitch really has to pour more money into getting rid of them. It's like those bacterial infections that get used to like antibiotics. You know, they constantly need to switch it up, change it up, that kind of stuff. Oh, sorry, bug repellent. You know, they have to like keep switching up the formula because you know bugs get immune to it or resistant. But yeah, I was watching it and I was thinking, am I just being a hater and being judgmental? Then I looked at the Twitch tracker stats. That was like the final thing. The first one was like it was a basic, it was like a basic stream. They're kind of mumbling. The mic was very crunchy. I'm talking like Call of Duty live lobby level crunchy. I looked at I'm like, okay, maybe they have like a huge following elsewhere and have just ported over their audience. Because like I have a friend like that. She's a really large influencer on things like TikTok and stuff, but has only just recently like started streaming on Twitch. Well, did once, and as a result, like she goes live for the first time, like very little followers, but the moment she like goes live, starts posting about it on TikTok and stuff, immediately people start flooding in and like the viewership kind of skyrockets. So I was like, maybe it's a case that they have like socials elsewhere and they have like a community elsewhere, and that's where they're bringing people in from. I checked around, nothing. By the way, the only reason I'm doing this is because I was like kind of bored and it was so close to my stream time where I didn't want to do anything new. So yeah, a morbid curiosity. So I was like, I don't think Twitch's anti-bot system is working. And I feel like they were genuine people in the chat, simply because this is the creator, lots of numbers, lots of viewers, so they just kind of what's with the bricks, we yapping about Twitch and nerdy stuff. So yeah, I think like they were really shoved to the top of the ranking, and like authentic viewers kind of trickled in as a result, and that's actually one of the strategies of view botting, right? Apparently, what people would do is they view bot a little, they get shoved up in the Twitch rankings, only for an organic audience to slowly grow, and then they just casually wean off of the bots, and they've established themselves. I'm not gonna say that's a good thing to do or the moral implications. I feel like it is cheating and a bit of pay to win, There are more authentic ways to grow and market yourself. But like from a pure mechanical standpoint, I do see why people do it. But like at the end of the day, that only works if your stream is like good. Haven't people reached partner through botting? This person most definitely has, because they were Twitch partner, and yeah, I don't know what else to say. I don't think it's worth it. Like, sure, you'll pay money and you'll get a little check mark and things like that, but at the end of the day, like, it's kind of like buying out a theater, right? Buying all the seats, all the tickets. Yeah, all the seats, all of the tickets. So you're like, I am performing in a sold out stadium, and then you perform on stage and all the seats are empty. That's kind of the way that I view it. My old manager bought it the way through partner. Oh, shall we? I want that check mark. Do you know why I want partner? For one reason and one reason only. Hold on, look at my Twitch emotes. By the way, I'm only kidding. All of these things. Now, the little thing, okay, if you hover over it, you see the name. This one is called, oh, we have ads. This one is called Ordikai, right? They shortened Ordikai. Now, usually the meta here is I like to put Ordi and then something, you know, like, for example, this would be Ordi High. This will be Ordi Heart. This will be Ordi Finger that doesn't roll off the tongue, and Ordi Nerd. Now, I want it to be like that. Like our Discord, it's called Ordicord. So I like doing Ordi and then attaching something to the back of it. Now, if you are a partner, you can change that little suffix to your emotes to whatever you want. So I just want to remove the little KA at the end of it. So yeah, all my emotes will be Ordi something. That is the sole purpose I want partner. So yeah, guys, support the channel. We gotta grow this. Spread the word. Brainwash people if you have to. Kidnap their dogs and send them ransom videos if you must. So yeah, guys, we will get there. Actually, I'm a bit salty with Twitch. Well, not really salty. It's just like their automated systems and stuff. They're working with misinformation. And I had to redo like a lot of my stuff to put in the new one, but they're still using the old info. And as a result, it is affecting my Twitch affiliate thing. So I was like, that's not good, because I don't care about like the money and stuff. I don't make money here. I care about my emotes. I love using these in other people's chats, and I can make whatever I want, put it here, and then use it wherever. Twitch is trying to take that away from me. So yeah, I submitted a ticket with tech support being like, hey, you have the wrong information and it's affecting my thing. How do I change this? I've done all of the official channels through like through the FAQ and all that stuff. You know, that kind of thing. I want to talk about it more, but doing so potentially doxes me. So I'm like, all I can say is, if we randomly don't have ads anymore, that is why I will have lost my emotes. But it's okay. It's just one of those technical things. I have talked to Twitch's tech support before in the past. And yeah, actually, they do take a while, but I do imagine it's like, you know, lots of problems, little staff. It does take a while, but so far I think I've just had a good experience. In fact, it was also affiliate related. I think the first time I contacted Twitch support was I needed to get to affiliate, right? I needed to verify my number. So basically I had this issue where when I tried verifying the number, first you pet me, then throw a brick at me. I'm getting mixed signals here. But yeah, when I got affiliate, they're like, congratulations, you have gotten affiliate. So to apply for the thing, I needed to verify my phone number, which I did. I go to verify number, and it says, okay, we have sent you an SMS. No code ever came, and it's been that way for like a full week. I had to like jump through 1,000 hoops, and eventually I got it. So it was a bit tedious, but if you're like nice and polite, even if you're frustrated, they tend to want to help you. If anyone has ever worked in like retail or tech support, the demanding people usually get the bare minimum required service, whereas people who are polite, sometimes you go the extra mile for them. So even if I'm a bit frustrated, I do try to be polite, nice cat. So yeah, so far with Twitch, I think that's been the case. If you treat them like people respectfully, they tend to do the same. But then again, Twitch is not a unanimous blob of one entity. It is just different people at the desk at different times, that kind of thing. So yeah, fingers crossed, we still have our emotes by, yeah. There's a bit of a time limit to it, so I'm just thinking, are they gonna get back to me in time, or will I have to lose the emotes and then like redo everything again? And then that's a huge hassle. Should I start arguing with them on Twitter? That seems to be the way to go. Yeah, it sucks. I mean, look at all the hard work that I've put into it, right? Like this emote, the Ordikai cry. I didn't even make this one. I stole this from Seller, who made it as a shitpost in the Discord, and I yoinked it and made it an emote. So I have that one. I have the Keck one. Okay, these ones, the ones which are memes and just my hair on them, these are placeholders, okay? Because I wanted crying and laughing emotes, but have just not been bothered to make them. I don't think I could use them forever. I'll make my own eventually. But we're gonna lose classics like Ordikai. This is my favorite one. I use this every time I pop into anyone's stream. I do the check-in, say hi, and then wave. It's very useful during the days when my social battery is like 0 and I don't want to talk. Yeah. I love emotes. They appeal to my nonverbal nature. I like this one, the middle finger one, but never really use it. I feel like it's a bit too mean. I'll reserve it for Feather. Ooh, I do have a toggle on my model. You see my model here? Yeah. I can flip people off. I'm too polite for that, though. Fair reaction to Feather, honestly. Yeah. I think it's fun. I love playing Overcooked with him, because then I could really reach into like the darkest corners of my heart and truly pull out the cattiest bitch that exists within. Yeah, because we had like this we were playing Overcooked, sure, but we were having a little bit of a almost like a RP session, like role play. And I was like, I pitched the idea to him. I'm like, what if we play Overcooked? But the goal is not to cook. The goal is to have like the most toxic Gordon Ramsay-esque kitchen where half the time we're cooking, the other half we are either yelling or insulting the other person. And the true points go to whoever has the funniest insults, This has to be kept forever as part of the first ever shitpost wave in the order code. Yeah, I have a folder called like emotes and stuff. I do keep like the shitpost there as well. If I'm in Feather's chat, I shoot him and throw C4 at him. I try to be polite until he pulls out like the gun, and then I spam the plushie emote. Because people don't know this. He made as a 3D model, right? where he can aim a gun and fire it at people, and whoever gets shot gets timed out for like a few seconds. Now, since it's a 3D model, it's using his model's face as the camera. Now, if you throw plushies at him, the way like you can throw bricks at me here, you can basically hit him with enough plushies that his aim is off and his entire screen gets covered with them so that he can't aim. You can actually fight back, and I think that is funny and more people should know about it. By the way, just don't tell him this is where you found out. Pretend you discovered it on your own. If he ever pulls out the gun to threaten anyone, start spamming the plushie emote, and yeah, next thing you know, you would have staged a successful rebellion. Feather only has the hunter's gun. He wields a Nerf gun. Yeah, because everyone he shoots apparently is fine the next time they chat, so... I love fun, like, little toggles and chat interactions like that. I think I want to do more... I don't know how powerful stream avatars is. We talked about this last time. Yeah, James mentioned they have their API. I think you can program some stuff with Lua, I think, which is not something I'm really familiar with. But hey, these things are usually like one YouTube tutorial and a little bit of tweaking and playing around with before you figure it out. So yeah. I'll keep that saved in my memory. Yeah, the next time he pulls out the gun on anyone, not even you, just start spamming the plushie. Watch as he realizes he's helpless. I think I discovered that by accident. Now every time the gun is pulled out, that's what I do. Anyway, welcome to my art stream. We gave the goat a headband. That's what we did for 2 hours. I've invested too much time into Warframe. You know, I used to play it like back in the day. Back when open world wasn't even an idea that anyone had in a game like Warframe. You know what? I need to Google this. Warframe open world release. Warframe's first open world zone released in 2017. That is 8 years ago. And that was already after I stopped playing for many years. Like I was really, really, really early game. I have 300 hours in Warframe. How much do I have? I actually don't think I have that much. Because, sure, I like the game, but I only ever played it with friends. Let's see, is it here? Okay, it's not in my library. Hold on. What does it show? Hours played. Because I'm at the store page. Okay, this is not in my library. Let me just pretend to install it. Okay. I'm not seeing it in my library. Hold on. I hope this doesn't kill the stream. Is this thing hidden in my library for some reason? How do I check hours played without, I know you can check like on the library when you click on it. But from the store page, can you check? I just can't see it. You know what? View stats. Ordikai's achievements. Okay. Where am I? Okay, it only shows me like playtime past 2 hours. Sorry, past 2 weeks. Oh, but this shows me the last time I played. Okay, the last time I played this game was in 2014. Almost, actually over 10 years ago. That's how old this game is, right? And when I started playing it, I don't think I really played it when it was brand new. Yeah, crazy. I want to see my play hours. I can't see it though. I don't like that. I know if you download the game and it's in your library, you can click on it and it shows. You know what? I'm just gonna download it. I'll get back to you guys on that. I don't know if I played 300 hours or more. I don't know if I played that much. I wish I only ever played Skyrim on one platform, but I'm gonna be honest. Everyone makes fun of Todd Howard for releasing the game everywhere and multiple times. I have bought the game 3 times. I first had it on PS3, and then I moved out, got a PS4, bought it on that, and I also have it on PC. So yeah, I have 3 copies of that game. Now imagine every single person was like me. They would have essentially tripled their sales. Six times. Okay, that is why. Why? You know what? I've explained myself. You explain yourself. Where are the 6 copies going? Like 20 something warframes. Yeah, I think I only ever used Loki, the one that turns invisible, because I am a rat. Not only in Warframe, I mean everywhere. I would always favor survivability over power, because if you can run away, you can come back and kill it, right? So my strategy was always I take the bow, just headshot everyone from like the roofs and all of the hidden places. And even if I didn't do like the strongest damage, I would eventually whittle them down so I could solo like any level. I feel like everyone's bought Skyrim multiple times, though. Yeah, it's a very popular game, and they've released it everywhere. Of 28 frames, I need to learn how to play. Yeah, I'm the kind of person who I will find something I like, and then I fixate on it, and I don't change to anything else. That being said, I liked the Loki Warframe, refused to use anything else, and one of my friends was begging me, right? I was like, no, I like this one. He is mine. I eventually settled. We reached a compromise. It's like, okay, sure you like Loki and stuff. How about we start grinding for Loki Prime and then you use that one instead? So yeah, I don't think we ever finished getting all of the parts. Yeah, we had like a whole guild hall. I don't know what they were called. It was beautiful. We had a parkour room. We would always squabble to see who was like We'd always squabble to see who would have like the best time. I think I re-downloaded it a few years ago to just pop in and check, but I think with all of the updates and stuff, they deleted like our guild, our faction. I don't know what it's called, because I tried looking for it, it was empty, and like it just wasn't there, and I was like, that is heartbreaking. Like it was such a special place in my heart that when I was making this faction of monster hunters in my D&D world, I named them after our old guild. Like, they had the same name. I don't think I'll say what it is, just in case it survives somewhere on some record and someone searches it up. So, yeah. Good times. I think this is when I was, like, in high school. Use Reverend Prime from him I make immortal and toward I don't know what any of those words mean. Other than I am immortal. Also never gone Loki. Yeah, Loki I think is one of the starting ones. Oh wait. I think I found it. I have 113 hours in... Yeah, 113 hours in Warframe. Not too bad. I don't know why for some reason it's not showing up in my library. It should be next to War Thunder. It's alphabetical. A bit weird, but anyway. How do I stop the download? Manage. Oh, it was hidden for some reason. Uninstall. Yep. My starting Warframes were Nyx, Excalibur, and Vault. Yeah, I started playing probably a lot earlier than you did. So back in my day, I think it was Loki, some Rhino guy, and I forgot who else. Might have been the Frost guy. You know what? Let's see. Warframe starter frames. Loki. Apparently, Loki stopped being a starter frame 8 years ago. Yeah. I think it was Excalibur, Loki, and I forgot what else. What is the Rhino guy? Oh, he's just creatively named Rhino. Was he a starter or... Honestly, I don't know. I just remember Loki was there. And that's the one I picked because I'm like, ooh, I like invisible. I like ninjas. So yeah. That was my rationale when I picked it. I wish I could Excalibur Prime. I'm gonna be honest. It's a bit too grindy for me. It was fun as in you just show up, kill a bunch of enemies, finish, right? It got a bit too repetitive. I think that was my issue with it, and it's not a bad problem to have. Like, oh, it has to always be unique. It's okay for a game to be repetitive, but once it gets old, like it's reached the end of its life. I was willing to fork up 4K real money. Tell me not real money. Oh, okay. I say this because you're a little bit on the younger side. Keep that money. You will need it when you move out and start your life independently. Right now, disposable money, if you have money like that in your savings, it is all 100% disposable income because maybe you live with family or the bills are taken care of, etc., right? The moment you have to pay your own bills, that's when you truly learn the value of money. Let me explain while I fill my water bottle. I have a friend who she's a few years younger than me, so she's still living at home with like a family and stuff. And she was talking about keyboards, and she sent me like the link that she wanted to buy from. Um, how do you say this? She's like, "Oh, I love these keyboards. They look so cute. I love the way they type. I want to get one." I paused and I was like, the first thing that I noticed is the $100 price tag. And you know what her response was? She's like, "Oh, I didn't even notice. I never look at these things before I buy it." And I was like, that's the difference between living at home, parents pay for things. Because whenever I visit my parents at the grocery store, if I want something, I just grab it, chuck it in the trolley, and I don't think twice about it. When I'm at the store here, I'm just there. I'm like, I'm holding two identical things up. I'm like, but one is 50 cents cheaper. Why? Is there a difference in quality? Oh, I have the two identical products, but one is like £1 cheaper in a different store. I'm not gonna buy it here. I'll just buy it. I'll probably walk for another 20 minutes to the next store, buy it from there, and then head home. So, yeah, those are my life savings, all of it. I'm glad I didn't do it. Yeah, I used to save up like that before I moved here. And it was this huge chunk of just money I had sitting around. So the day came when I was moving and I had two cats. Well, I have one cat, right? But I'm taking care of Wally, who's like my nephew, right? Because his mom is like family to me. So I was like, moving with cats is expensive. And I realized it was way, way, way more expensive than I thought. I was thinking it was like about $1,000. But when the time came, it was actually closer to like three or four. And as someone who at the time was usually just making money from like the commissions, my paycheck at my old company basically got me month to month, right? Not because I had high bills, it's just they didn't pay me much. So, that being said, the day came where I needed to move, and I'm like, my two options were find someone to adopt the cats or take them with me. Now, I was very fortunate that I had been building up that savings for years. And then a rainy day came where I had to choose between, giving away my cats, who I love more than anything, or paying a ton of money to take them with me. So I did the normal, natural thing, and I did the financially irresponsible thing, and decided to spend a good chunk of my life savings just taking my cats with me. Anyway, it all worked out in the end, and I consider them an investment simply because I get my money right now doing art. Having the cats around is good for my mental health. They're adorable, they're cuddly, there's no loneliness or anything like that, because it's a new country, I don't know anyone, all of that stuff. Now, good mental health equates to productivity in the creative world. So indirectly, they are funding my art business. So yeah, I've written it off mentally and emotionally as a business expense, and no one can convince me otherwise. So yeah, your savings, even it may feel like a lot of money when you don't have bills to pay, but say you move to like a pricey city where maybe your expenses are like $2,000 a month. That is basically 2 months worth of expenses before you're flat broke. Or say you're frugal and maybe it's like $1,000 a month. Yeah, you live in a closet in some big city, and I don't know. You're very wise with your money. You can extend it out to like 4 months before flat broke. Trust me, having that just having it as a safety net is more valuable than anything you can buy with it. It's just good for like your own mentality, because it's one thing to be like, oh, I don't have money, um I need to get some quickly, versus, oh, I didn't make as much as I hoped this time, but that's okay because I have my savings. You'll be way more relaxed and a lot less stressed. So yeah, I'm glad you didn't do it either. It's not worth it. What is the average down payment on a house? Because I want to know how close that is. Average down payment UK. It really depends on the house, but I'm seeing, just reading through the US, 20% of the value, so usually 20K. Hmm. Yeah, anyway, I'm not seeing much here and I'm too lazy to actually do research, so we'll go with the US 20K value. You are basically one quarter, 25% the way of funding the down payment on a house, so think of it that way. Fun fact about Poland, there's something called communal houses, ones that are given by the city to you, where you can, if you have nowhere to go, bills are cheap and later you can buy stuff off the house. You can buy off the house for like 8 to 10K. True, but to get those houses is probably a huge hassle. They're not going to give you the house if you currently have a place to go. So the only time you can get it is when things are really awful, you know? You probably don't want to get to the point where you would need services like that. If you pay less than 20%, you can get an extra interest from, as the bank thinks you could fail to pay back the mortgage. Understandable, yeah. Because at the end of the day, when banks give you money, it's kind of a risk for them. So, they have to have like some confidence that you will pay it back. It takes around a year, max 2. Yeah, so imagine you didn't have a place to live and you now have to wait like 2 years potentially to get like a house like that. So I wouldn't think of it as an option if you didn't have to. It is pretty rough. I do have a friend who was temporarily homeless. So okay, when my close friends like back home, once a year, we gather and we make a PowerPoint presentation, right? And that presentation kind of just covers like the TLDR of your entire year. What you were up to, because not everyone like chats with each other regularly. And everyone's an adult, everyone's busy, everyone's on literally other sides of the world. So it's kind of hard to keep up with regularly. So what we do is we have our annual PowerPoint presentations. So yeah, that one friend, he on his annual presentation is like tips on what to do if you find yourself homeless, and it went on for a while. And yeah, that's how we discovered. It was only for like a short while, and he's doing great now. But yeah, based on his storytelling, you don't want to find yourself in that situation. So keeping your savings and not spending it on Warframe 4K, that's an insane number. Like if you spend it on something like a cab, I would be like, that's financially irresponsible. But I can understand because I've done the same thing. By the way, no one tell my parents. I'll never hear the end of it. So yeah, trust me, the more savings you have, like the more secure you are in life in general. Like put it this way, if you have like a shitty job and you have no money, right? Having savings is basically you have like the what's it called? You have the power to quit and not think about like if I leave now, I will be, I'll be out on the street. It provides a certain amount of security and safety. You know what they say, like money is power, right? In the sense that you have the power to not be chained to a place due to desperation, if that makes sense. And yeah, like you said, you always keep enough in case you get thrown out. You can survive 3 months. Fingers crossed, you never have to use it. But like I said, just the peace of mind that it provides is super useful, super valuable. But by the way, 3 months is a very short time. Um, I've lived here in the UK for about 3 months, and that time passed in like the blink of an eye. I didn't even realize. It's enough so I can get a stable place. Yeah, but places cost money, and you need a. I don't know. I don't know how things are in Poland, but because I hear like globally the job market is kind of cooked. I wouldn't know. I'm just an anime cat on the internet. Don't take my word for it. I know there are people that can help me. Well, I'm glad to hear that. And I'm glad, and I hope you never need them. Welcome to my art stream. We do literally everything but art. I'm resting my voice a bit. It's cooked. The been to interviews. They said no a good while after the offer's still there because no one passes. Actually, that's a bit of a scam. Um, they're not scamming you. They're scamming the government and investors. So, in certain countries, Ryan, do your own research. Don't quote me on this. I'm not a journalist. In certain countries, the TLDR, in certain countries, if you're a company and you can show that you are growing and hiring new people and expanding all of that stuff, you are entitled to certain tax breaks and benefits from the government, right? Like maybe you pay like a lower percentage on taxes, that kind of stuff. Like there are benefits to hiring and growing. Now, you can hire and grow, but those things cost money, and your goal is to save money. Now, what companies did, Infinite Money Glitch, is they post the job listings, right? they do the whole process of they have real interviews. They bring people who genuinely think they're there to get a job, but from the beginning, like, no one is getting it because that position doesn't exist. It's only there on paper so that they could be like, okay, we had like 10 interviews, we have 7 positions open, we're trying to hire people. Then the government is like, good, 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 okay, you don't have to pay taxes, you can keep your money. In the US, they scam people by showing a job isn't being filled so they can hire someone from another country, bring them to US, pay them less. Minus the pay them less thing, that's exactly what my old company did with me, right? I can say this because I never say who they are or what they did. So I can shit talk them all I want and not be sued for defamation. Now, to get through like the legal hurdles, right, to issue the visa, in Malaysia, they have this policy where the job has to be offered to like the local citizens of the country first, and only like afterwards they they can hire someone internationally. So it's like in the US, right? So they wanted to hire me. They went through the process to get the visa, and then they were told, "Oh, you can't hire someone unless you do like these 10 steps." So they also posted like the job they wanted to give me. It wasn't an open position, right? It wasn't like, "Oh, we are looking for someone. Hey, this person's great." They're like, "Oh, you're graduating? Come work for us. We'll find a job for you." A job that was never going to go to anyone other than me. They had to post it on like this certain websites. They had to, they had to call in interviews. They had to do all of that stuff, and they were never going to hire anyone because I already had the job. I only needed the visa. So yeah, they did the exact same thing. It's all just like bureaucracy. I don't blame them. Actually, I kind of do, but for other things. That process was supposed to take like 2 months. They took a full year to get like the visa done, and at that time, like, I was just visiting my parents, so I wasn't stressed for time or anything. The only downside was I was missing my cat. My younger brother was looking after my cat, and yeah, every day I'd like pester him so I can get like pictures of her. I was just sobbing and crying to the point like I would just randomly enter my mom's room, and I just walk into my mom's room, look at Dad in the eyes, serious face. I'll just look at her and go like, "I miss my cat," and then turn around and leave. And the first 100 times she's like, "Oh, okay." After that, she would roll her eyes, groan, and be like, "Enough about you and this cat," because she doesn't like cats too much. She's actually afraid of them. A funny story. When cats come close to her, she kind of inches away, and if they try touching her, she shrieks in fear. But when she came to visit me, she met Julian for the first time. I pointed up like, "That's your grandchild," you know. She does not like jokes like that. Because she's like, "Oh, you're all so grown up now. Soon you'll be married, and then you'll have like a little Ordies running around, and then I can look after them and stuff." I'm like, "No, don't worry about that. I already have children. You can play with them." And I point to my cat, which my mom doesn't like. So yeah, I forgot what we were talking about. Oh right, job scams. Yeah, sometimes they want to hire internally as well, like someone's getting a promotion, but for some reason I remember this being explained, but I can't remember. Like, they already have someone for the position who's in the company, but they have to make like a show that, "Oh, we're looking for people outside as well." And yeah, they put the listings. Everyone who goes for those interviews, they're just like, they're not gonna get it. Like, from the beginning, no matter who you are, you could be like the perfect candidate and like the most perfect super genius in the world. You're still not getting it because it's already given to someone else. So don't feel like it's oh, this is because of me. You should always have the mentality of like, instead of going, "Oh, it's their fault and all of that stuff," or I'm useless, I can't get anything. That's just negative. That's not helping anyone. you least of all. What you should do is like, was this a scam? Even if it's so, I'm gonna use this as a practice. Like, I don't, you can never tell it's a scam. The only way you know is if someone from the inside straight up tells you, and be like, yeah, this is why this thing was listed. Other than that, you can only theorize. Now, it could be a scam. On the off chance that it's not, just think, how did that go? What could I improve? A lot of people use ChatGPT to scan for resumes, right? So it's the computer that is trained on, like, everyone uses the same data, right? It's just trained to find out like who is the best candidate for this role, and then they kind of sift through it because recruiters aren't going to read everything. What you could do is you write your own resume. You have everything. Try running it through like ChatGPT, being like, how can I rewrite this thing to be better recruited for this job? And it'll write the exact same thing, but it'll use all of the keywords, right, that the AI on the hirer side will be using as well. And yeah, you're far more likely to get an interview. Now, that'll get you the interview, but if you don't have any skills or experience or anything like that, then yeah, that's about as far as you'll get. But hey, it'll help you from getting filtered out. So give it a try and good luck. Little Ordi's more density? Yeah, don't worry. I only have Julian and Wally. I keep telling my friend, Wally is now my cat. But every time that he starts acting up and does something silly, I send him videos and pictures. I'm like, look at your son. How have you raised him? How could you let him be like this? I'm like one of those very annoying relatives who are overly involved in other people's children. The annoying ones is like, oh, always talking bad about people. I don't know if you guys have relatives like those. Yeah, I have too many. It's part of like my heritage. It'd be like that. I love cats. Me too. In fact, oh, Wally's down here. I thought it was Julian. Yeah, he kicked her out, took her spot. I always laugh when my fam mentions me getting kids from what I remember. Yeah, but they don't need to know that. My brother-in-law helped me write a resume because school failed me, didn't teach me that stuff. Yeah, if you have someone who is like in the industry that you're trying to get to, or just someone who has experience, right? That is amazing, right? There is no way to articulate the value that person can provide into your life. Yeah. Schools are supposed to, but I don't think they. Yeah, I don't think they do a good job of it. Yeah, I'm having kids if I create them via mitosis. Whenever like relationships and stuff are brought up with my friends, I'm like, okay, you guys have a ton of relationship problems. You're always worried about this and that, and it's a huge emotional burden. And then you come complain to me, and then it becomes a burden on my end, right? What you guys should do is just get cats, die alone, and then eventually humanity will go extinct, and no one will ever have that problem ever again. Because yeah, whenever my friends like complain about relationship problems, I'm like, you should just get a cat. Even if they're not cat people, I always give them the same advice. I'm like, that sounds stressful. Dealing with people is rough. You should get a cat instead. I'm dying alone and I'm fine with it. Also, for some reason, the go-to person for relationship advice. Honestly, relatable. I feel like this music is too funky. We're here for lo-fi. Right. I have a friend who she says the different people she goes to for advice serve different purposes. If she wants like anger and someone on her side to like fuel her frustrations, she goes to one friend. If she wants like a emotional comfort and support and just like a lovey-dovey stuff, she goes to another friend. She's like, if she wants cold pragmatic advice, she comes to me. Because she's like, you will see things logically and without emotion, which I don't think is true. But I'm a bit more on the pragmatic side. So whenever she's like, oh, this is a situation, I don't know how to do, I don't know how to feel about this, or what to do. I need active solutions on how to proceed. That's when she comes to me, because I'll look at it and be like, he uses these words, these phrases, sounds a bit manipulative, or oh, he's doing this. It's garnering a sympathetic response from you, but that could be trained behavior that he's learned to do. Other times it's just like, yeah, he seems just like he's sad and trauma dumping, that kind of thing. Whereas other friends who provide like emotional support, one of my favorite is, no matter what anyone does, she's one of those ones who would just like hate on like just the concept of guys in general, which I think is hilarious, because she does it like in a satire way, mostly to cheer up the friend, not like actual hate. Amiro Ace actively avoid romantic relationships. Understandable. I don't think I don't think it's something I actively pursue either. I think I'm just very content with my life, and I feel like how do you say this? If the hassle to value ratio is too high, I'm like, nah. Or kind of like inertia. Things are very chill and relaxed now. I don't need to like throw a wrench into things. So I'm like, I'm okay. In fact, one of my friends, she was complaining about like the struggles of relationships and things like that, and she goes, she's like, why does this have to be so tough? Why can't I just not like anyone, like you, Ordy? And I was like, what's that supposed to mean? So yeah, I wasn't sure if that's a compliment or not. I don't have the mental capacity for dealing with a relationship. I think I'm just unbothered. I think the last time I was in a relationship, I think they had like a, how would you say this? They needed a lot of emotional needs filled, and would actively get upset if they didn't get what they wanted. So I'm like, this seems like a hassle, and I just noped out of there. It wasn't even like a bad breakup or anything. I was just like, yeah, I don't think it's for me. They were sad and all, but it was all good. Still friends with them to this day. Friends, no, I'm Aero Ace is still the go-to person for relationships. I feel like the issue with things like this is if you are too close to the problem, you can't see the solution. So literally anyone with a bit of distance, and like, you know, are capable of thinking, will very easily see the issue because they can see from like a bit of afar. Like for example, if look at this art. If I tell you, if you zoom at it like this and be like, how can I improve this art? You're not going to know because you can't see it. You're too close to the problem emotionally to think of a solution. Whereas when you ask someone else who is not involved and has no stake in the matter, they see the whole picture and be like, oh, okay, you can do this. It should be the last resort. I don't think I just do. Okay, to be honest, those people who ask for advice, they they mainly want their own ideas repeated back at them, or if you give them something completely different, right? They hear that and be like, that's not what I wanted to hear. I'm now even more confident in my own decision. So yeah, my job throughout the years has kind of shifted from giving advice to just being emotional support, which is going, uh-huh, oh, that's awful. He said what now? How does that make you feel? What do you think you're gonna do now? You know, generic NPC responses, and that has worked wonders. Most of the time, some people don't want logical solutions or advice. They just want to vent. And I'm tired of guessing. I never like wondering, do I give emotional support or do I just listen? Right? So whenever any of my friends come to me with troubles, I just go very robotically. I'm like, so do you want emotional support, Ordi, or pragmatic logical solution, Ordi? You cannot have both. Please pick one. Can be the emotional support because I have the object permanence of a frog. Yeah, half the time I'm not even listening. It's like the same nonsense over and over. By the way, it's not like they have like it's not like a serious problem of like something terrible happening. It's always just like, oh, this person said this thing. He didn't text me back. He's no 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 That's all I hear at this point. And I realized they have trained me to zone out conversations I don't think are interesting, to the point where there was one time I was on a business call and someone was explaining something, and I think like it just randomly hit me once where I'm like, I did not hear the last 3 minutes of this person's conversation. Because sometimes people are explaining a thing and they don't explain like bit by bit by bit. They mainly kind of explaining like a rehearsed script, or they just really like talking about it. So I go like, oh, this person's a yapper. So I don't even go. Okay, if I'm in person, I go, I nod and all of that stuff. But if it's like on a call, I'm just like complete silence. So yeah, this was a business call. So I was just listening and I realized like, oh, I zoned out for the last 3 minutes. I have no idea what he was saying. Fortunately, he was just blathering on and on and on about like his company and stuff like that. So I was like, oh, that's interesting, that kind of stuff. Basically, I was just waiting for him to finish. So yeah, that's when I realized, oh no, this could be a problem, simply because I might zone out something important, and yeah, whoops. I blame my friend for that. My twin should be the go-to person for relationship advice. They've been in a relationship for 5 years. True, but at the same time, that is like asking someone who has had a job for like the past 40 years how to get a job in today's current, in today's current job market. They probably have maybe outdated practices. Like for example, I have a pretty cool dad, and I remember one time we were talking about like jobs and stuff when I was still applying. It's like, oh yeah, you can keep trying. You can try doing this, but I do understand like the job market is very different now. A lot of people. He keeps up with like news and stuff, so he's like, oh, I do understand it's very difficult now. Back in my day, you could go into a place, talk to them, and 2 days later you have a job. I know you can't do that now, but I can only give you the advice that I know. This is what worked for me. It's like, do with that what you will, but you probably know more than I do. So yeah. I can't tell what I'm in a relationship since I treat them like any other. Yeah, actually that's another important thing. A lot of people treat relationships as separate from friendships. I feel like if you don't treat them the way you treat your friends, what's wrong with you? For lack of a better term. Maybe it's just me. um, I think I would just view, because this is my experience in relationships. I would basically just treat them the way I treat like my other best friends. Just there's like the extra, there's the extra intimacy to it, right? That's about it. I want them to treat me better. You shouldn't be dating people who don't treat their friends as best as they can. I say this, right? Not because I'm like, oh, I just treat them like any of my other friends, very disregardedly. I'm like, no, I'm talking about like really close best friends, right? I treat them like family, the kind that you like. This is the ones who call you to pick them up at the airport at 3 a.m. or bail them out of jail. That's the kind of friends that I have, right? You can't treat them better like that. Like I said, like the treatment they receive is already like at the top, right? You can't improve. Like it's the best like anyone's ever gonna get. So that's how you should treat your partner. So when I say you should treat them like your friends, that's the context that I'm working with it. I know some people they treat their friends as kind of like what I would call acquaintances. You know, people like you're nice and friendly with, talk to, hang out with. That's why I never use the phrase like, "Oh, they're just a friend," because I feel like that belittles the relationship. It seemed as small and less important. In fact, in a lot of the times, I value my close friendships more than I value relationships. Because, for example, I'm talking people I've been friends with for like decades. Whereas someone who's been in a relationship for a few months feels like, oh, I don't like this. I don't like that you have these friends. Stop talking to them. I'm like, yeah, goodbye. I've actually had one of those conversations. In fact, I just laughed. I laughed about it. I was like, yeah, that's not happening. And they were upset. They thought if they pouted, they would get what they wanted. I'm just like, no. And I was very upfront and a bit blunt about it. I could have been nicer. I'm like, yeah, this has been my friends for like over 10 years. I've only known you for less than one. The ads kick in. Um, is it a true friendship if you can insult each other jokingly? Of course, understandable. You see, like if you are really good friends, you can insult them, and the person will never doubt for a split second, like, oh, is this person, just like is this just banter or are they actively mean and insulting? Do they really think that? When it comes to like my close friends, anyone can say any shit, like, and no one will take it personally because they know at the end of the day, these are the homies, right? I don't mind banter like that, but I don't really allow it in the channel too much because that's one of those rules that really apply to people who are a bit new in the sense that maybe they're like a first time chatter or something like that. Because you can never know what the vibe is like. Because sometimes people, for example, they could be like, oh, screw those guys, right? And they mean it in like a friendly banter kind of way. But it sounds too much like a genuine hate to be able to really tell the difference through texts. Like just like people, tone is hard to convey when your communication is just words on a screen, and I like to give the benefit of the doubt where people are actually not hateful, just being like being banterful and playful, but at the same time, I can never know for sure. So I'm like, yeah, this channel, we keep the jokes clean, a little bit funny, but nothing that will hurt like anyone's feelings really. But yeah, that's just to stop people from just like showing up, throwing really crazy, unhinged humor out there, and kind of sully the vibes. Which is why I have that rule. But whenever Feather pops in and his usual chaotic Aussie self, I'm just like, yeah, don't worry about it. That's Feather. He's Australian. That's just how they are. There was a case where actually this has happened multiple times with like different people. When things get like a bit chaotic, they kind of step in a bit, and how would you say this? They're not mods. Maybe I'm talking like just chatters. Sometimes be like they would try to, how would you say this? Be like oh, that's mean, or that's a bit harsh, right? Because this happened during, what game were we playing? I was playing with Feather something. I was playing Baldur's Gate, White Knight, exactly. Yeah, I've been white knighted a few times and I don't like it. Cause I was playing Baldur's Gate with Feather and we were messing around. Like I played the game before, he's played a bit, so we're not min maxing, we're not optimized like that. He's literally trying to shove me into a pit and has killed me like twice, right? And as part of the banter, we yell at each other, we make jokes, we're mean and all of that stuff. Uh, but that is when someone comes in is like almost like trying to tell Feather off, like he's being like a bit too harsh, a bit too aggressive, things like that. And yeah, that's not the first time that it happened, but that was the time where I realized this is actually a pattern. And I was like, I think I should add this as an official rule, like no white knighting. But at this point, I do want rules that mostly just apply to like new people. I feel like I'll just verbally shoot it down whenever it pops up, but I feel like I need to be a bit more direct. People forget Ordi's into bullying, such joke maybe. Yeah, I don't mind the bully the streamer jokes, but there is like a line, right? Don't be too crazy with it. Be lighthearted, like a one-off joke, like what's a good example? Well, you'd just be like, oh, what a dense cat, silly haha, doesn't know anything. One off, we all have a laugh, we move on. But if it's like every other message, like just like insulting and mean and trying to, I'm bullying the streamer, mm, not my cup of tea. Now, actually, I had this discussion with Hotcheck and Seller because they make like shorts sometimes, and I was like, when making like the content, we can skip out the bully the streamer bits. Nothing. What's it called? I really don't want clips really out there for bully the streamer content, so we can like skip that. Like clip about anything else, but we avoid that one. Not because I have a problem with bully the streamer jokes, but really if it's a short, it's being seen by strangers mostly. I don't mind bully the streamer jokes, but I don't want to draw in people who are looking for a streamer to bully. Very, very, very different energy. Even though side by side they may look very, very similar. I keep having to catch myself because I don't know the rules on swearing here. You can swear occasionally. It's not like you'll get shot on sight, but yeah, we try to keep it a bit clean here. Um, I don't mind lewd people. I don't mind lewd things, lewd jokes, people who swear every other sentence, right? That's okay. But I kind of just have like a very clean say so stream here. It's okay, like it's fine if you have like the occasional spicy joke or the crash out where you swear and stuff, that's okay. You won't get a warning or a ban or anything. But like if it gets a bit excessive, be like, okay, let us calm down, and that's that. If there's any issue, I'd just be like, hey, let us calm down, keep the vibes chill. We're getting a bit overexcited, and I leave it at that, right? It's only like if I feel like this is being taken as a joke when it's an actual rule thing, maybe then I'll issue like the silent Twitch warning. And yeah, it's all good. It's mostly just to keep people informed. The rules are more guidelines. It's a vibes based. It's a vibes based rule set. So if everything is like a fine and chill, don't worry about it. Thing beats a Jet 2 holiday. I will never put that as a sound redeem because everyone will spam it. You saw what happened to Lamb. Tune has my contact saved as on the phone as the dumbass. I have two brothers, right? The older one, you know, brothers, the very useful thing is genetically they're very compatible with you. So if you ever need like spare organs, your body won't reject it as much, if at all. So my older brother is saved on my phone as spare parts 1, and my younger brother is lovingly saved as spare parts 2. Since their name is so similar, sometimes when like they text me and I don't see like the profile picture, my brain just reads the spare parts the spare parts section of the name, and sometimes I confuse the two. Not the wisest naming choice in my phone, but hey, it happens. Can now have his. Why must I share my brain cells with you? It just means you had a good idea. Also, I really have to pee, and I should have gone during the ad break, but I didn't realize until just now. Anyway, BRB. Yeah, chat amongst yourselves, entertain each other. I will go as fast as I can. Okay, my soul has returned to my body. Wait, what's going on? Why is everyone rioting? I see you. I leave for 5 seconds. Already a mutiny is staged. Screaming for anarchy, revolution. Even redeeming is riot time. What's the matter with you guys? You're like my cats. I can't take my eyes off you for 5 seconds. If you guys don't see the 7TV emotes, you're missing out. If you look, you see it says scatter. You should get the 7TV extension. We get the ads for it here in the chat. So yeah, totally worth it. Where's chat? Chat box. Yeah, you see, little guys, if you type scatter, that happens. It's a bunch of free emotes, so yeah, go for it. Ow. This mod that was promoted, customer, I swear nothing happened. Streamed back now. Hey, I just realized, yeah, like one day, I automated the bot thing, the auto mod really well, and all of the moderations. I'm like, I don't really need mods, and yeah. That was about the beginning and end of it. Ow. So yeah, every day people lose their jobs to automation. Same thing happened with my mods. I feel like the only place I really do need mods is Discord. So yeah, that was unaffected simply because here we never have any issues. Um, the view, what's it called? The people who are selling like view bots and all of that stuff, they are auto filtered out because I tweaked the settings, banned a whole bunch of phrases so none of them get through, and yeah, that was basically the only issue we had in chat. We had the occasional like silly goose wander in, but even then, like just a verbal reminder of the rules and stuff sorted the situation out. So yeah, Sag, no more sniping bot competition. Yeah, those bots just don't show up anymore. The automod is too strong. But Discord is different because it's always active. Like here, it only needs moderation when I'm live. Whereas on Discord, right? On Discord, maybe something happens and I'm asleep. But if there's like a couple mods there, they can like handle the situation and I can wake up to see it was resolved. So yeah. I think Discord is the only place I really need mods. I've never needed them, but it's always nice to have and not need. Or even you're asleep, we are too. Oh yeah, I forgot about that. That used to be a very useful thing back when I lived in a different time zone. I probably should have slept. Sleeping is a good idea, but hey, I missed you guys, right? Look, I missed last stream. So I had a stream, and then I had a day off, and then I took a break, and then my schedule doesn't have a stream the next day. And then here we are. It's been like 4 days. Okay, but to be fair, we also don't have problems there for now. But yeah, it's just one of those things where I'm like, there's a chance that someone might be awake. It's 8 a.m. for me and I haven't slept, may have effed up. Whoops. Well, I hope you didn't have anything important today. Don't talk about my messed up sleep schedule. See, exactly. Some people are nocturnal. I know I'm not. I go to bed relatively early. Actually, not so much these days. I used to. Okay, when I was streaming, when I was living and working in Malaysia, I would stream at 5 a.m. Malaysian time, which is basically 10 p.m. UK time. So like 1 hour ago, I would have started. But yeah, then I moved here, and then since I started streaming at night and not in the morning, I've slowly shifted my sleep schedule. So now I sleep at about like 11, 12. Whereas back in Malaysia, since I woke up early, I'd go to bed at like 8 p.m. I was basically grandpa. You were streaming at 5 a.m. for me? Ah, understandable. Yeah, time zones are weird. We all need one time zone now. Okay, guys. We're gonna buy a farm. And on that farm, we'll have a castle. And then we all move to the same place, which has the same time zone. And then no one will miss stream. And no one has to stay up for stream either, so. Revolution against time zones. We talked about that earlier today. We need to flatten the planet. I love the sound. I was even just thinking, do you know how I found it? I just went onto sound alerts and just typed riot, because everyone riots here. We've never used that one before, though. But yeah, we need to flatten the Earth so that everyone has the same time zone. Or you could have one of two time zones, depending on which side of the planet you are. It's Farah from Yu-Gi-Oh! I've never watched Yu-Gi-Oh! But I've seen too many memes about it. It cracked me up. So when I was looking for sound alerts, I was like, oh, I see this one. This could be nice. And I just put it on there. But yeah, there's two ways we can go about this. The arc that lines from is weird. It's a card game where I think some people fight an Egyptian god. What's normal about it? I was thinking something, but I lost my train of thought. Whoops. My brain is blanking out. Right, we're talking about revolution against time zones. So, earlier today, we decided there's two ways we could solve this problem. Either we flatten the Earth so that there's either everyone has the same time zone, or if we're efficient and use both sides of the planet, right? We have two time zones only. Doable. Or we could all just live on a giant spaceship where the lights act as an artificial sun and everything runs on one clock. That way, everyone has the same time zone, everyone goes to sleep and wakes up at the same time, and yeah, no one ever has to sacrifice sleep to stay up for a stream. I hope you're not sacrificing sleep to stay up for a stream and are just already awake and happen to tune in. Sleep is very important, so yeah. There are three Egyptian god cards in Yu-Gi-Oh! The main character spends like 30 minutes hacking away at his importance life points for in a battle of souls. Yeah, sounds like a strange show. There's also, what was that other one? Bakugan. I'm convinced these shows exist only to sell merchandise. Same with Beyblade. They made a toy and then made a show to market it to kids. So that's my opinion. Sleep's overrated. No, sleep is overpowered. Sleep is when your body repairs itself. It's when your brain actually gets rid of all of its waste. It can only get rid of its waste really when you're asleep. It can't do that when you're awake. So if you never go to sleep, all that waste kind of piles up. Not good for you. Sleep is good for hormone regulation. So, that means your appetite and everything are properly regulated and helps with maintaining a healthy weight. Sleeping is where dreams exist, so we'll go for that one. I'm running out of things to list out. But yeah, you literally die without it, so that's something maybe we should consider. Appetite is basically non-existent. So long as you eat enough, you should be fine. My body's fueled by caffeine and determination. It could also be fueled by sleep. Sleep doesn't sleep doesn't fuel you. Sleep is basically taking your car to the mechanic so they can work out all of the stuff to make sure it doesn't break down in the middle of the road. That's what sleep is. Put it this way, sleep is so important that basically all creatures on Earth require sleep. Even ants, little tiny insects roaming around, they need to sleep. Sure, 8 minutes a day, but they only have tiny brains. That being said, if sleep was not important, evolution would have found a way to kind of get rid of it. Because, put it this way, you're laying motionless, vulnerable to predators. Like, why would you ever need that to survive? So it's one of those necessities that you need. There are some creatures that have a cool way around it. Like, for example, dolphins, they I think dolphins and sharks, things in the ocean, they have to keep moving, otherwise they die. Um, so what they do is they only sleep like half of their brain at a time. Sorry, I think this is dolphins, not sharks. Sharks just fully sleep while still moving. Yeah, but dolphins, they sleep like half of their brain at a time. So they're semi-conscious while quote unquote sleeping. Trees don't need to sleep. Things with a brain need to sleep is a more accurate way of going about it. My body is fueled with faith and spite. It also needs food, vitamins, minerals, good protein, some carbs, fats as well. So yeah. Then why do I need to sleep? I don't have a brain. See, that's just what you want us to think. I don't believe you. Even when I sleep, I wake up, I still have eye bags. Okay, I have had eye bags under my eyes, even though I sleep for like 8 hours a day. Every day. I never miss sleep. I never stay up late. I would neglect assignments just because I have to sleep. I was never one of those people who would stay up late to finish work. I'm like, nope. Bedtime, immediately go to bed. All of that, I still have permanent eye bags under my eyes. Like canonically, my human disguise, the one thing I can't get rid of is the little eye bags here. But yeah, I've tried everything. I've tried even sleeping more to the point where I slept too much. Not fun. I tried getting like the cool packs and ice and all of that stuff. You know, little circular cucumbers, all of that thing. Nothing works. They're just there. So I'm like, well, I guess I live like this now. There was a time on TikTok where it was seen as kind of like a trend to have eye bags under your eyes, where people would like artificially make eye bags with what's it called? With like makeup and things, because it was like fashionable for some reason. So I'm like, oh, I just naturally look like this. Cool, we have something that is officially already canon. The eye bags. Yeah, I try not to talk too much about my human disguise, but yeah, I sprinkle a few things in here and again. My brain just hates shutting down. Oh, my brain loves shutting down. I am always thinking and doing stuff, so that when it's time to go to bed, yeah. The only thing that is canon. Yeah, the rest is allegedly. I should talk a company because of their somewhat illegal practices. Allegedly, if anyone in a legal sense asks, I'm an entertainer and I'm lying to make up story. Ow. I'm lying and making up stories to be entertaining. Ow. What's that for? The rest is more people making stuff up. Exactly. Do I need to bring back my bruise toggle? Ooh, Sarah, I don't know if you were here, but I was thinking I need to make a full body model. But that's like a distance away. I'm like, I think I want one now. I've decided it's worth sinking the time into as an investment, because sure, I may be an artist, I don't pay money for it, but I'll be paying in time, and time is money, all that nonsense. So I'm like, yeah, I wanna have a full body model. I'm gonna make it look cool. I want to shy away from like the chibi aesthetic, but I don't know if I will fully. I don't know. We'll see. I have to design it. I'm not going to use my old 2.0, the one that was never rigged, because I feel like the art is outdated and yeah. I want to do art, but my hands don't. Why is that? Brick be upon you. That is not a thing. People don't just throw bricks at people. Oh, here's the thing. Art is art is a journey. Do you do have you previously done art? Like for long enough? Oh, okay, okay. So this is a medical problem. Never mind. I have a problem with my hands where they mirror the movements of the other. How comfortable are you with jokes? Because I wanted to be like a, well, perfect opportunity. Two pencils, two pieces of paper, thumbs up. But I don't know how you feel about it, so I don't want to be insensitive. Because I have friends who, when they have a. Actually tried that? Oh, okay. I was just kidding. Yeah, I have friends who, when it comes to morbid topics, some of them, they love making jokes, and they like making light of the situation. And some of them are things as morbid as their parents' death and the fact that they are an orphan now. So those are the kind they like to make very dark humor-esque jokes. I would never make any of those jokes, but they feel comfortable making them. And other people, whenever it comes to serious topics, they feel like jokes make it seem like, oh, they're not being taken serious and are kind of looked down on. So it's usually a person by person basis. So yeah, it'll work because the people stay still wouldn't stay still. Understandable. We cannot delve into the mechanics of. Yeah, but hey, if you're comfortable talking about it, then it's not a big deal for you. Um, at least to discuss and, you know, all good. I don't know what I'm saying, but yeah. Hmm. I'm just thinking. You know what? I could offer suggestions, but they're probably things you've already done. So yeah, I make jokes at my own expense all the time. My humor's very self-deprecating. Okay, so long as you're comfortable with it. Yeah. Because I was just thinking, if it mirrors the other hand, you can kind of just position your desk in a sense where even if the other hand is mirroring it, it doesn't actually touch anything. And it might be inconvenient, but I wonder if that helps. You've probably done something like that. So I'm just curious. Because I just try to put myself in that situation, be like, if I was here, what would I try to do? Just a thought. Welcome to my art stream, where this this part of the hat is the only thing I've done. My main method when drawing is to divert my focus between what I'm drawing and forcing one hand to stay still makes my hands hurt. Oh. It sounds like how do you say this? Kind of like it's trying to mirror it, but by keeping it still, you have like the muscles kind of fighting in opposite directions. So yeah, that doesn't sound pleasant. Hello, nice to meet you. Welcome on in. What do you go by? Kagi or Maru? Or both? I always like to ask, because as someone who no one ever gets their human disguise name right on the first try, I know the struggle of people always mispronouncing your name, so I always make a point to ask. Oh, it's pronounced Kaji. Okay, welcome on in. Welcome to my art stream where we talk about everything. We do and talk about literally anything but art. Have fun. But yeah, we're a very... Ooh, sorry. Wally jumped on my table. That startled me. But yeah, we're a very yappy chat. Settle in, get comfortable. You're free to bring up any topics, all of that kind of stuff. Yeah, don't worry about it. Whichever you're comfortable with, whether you like to join in the yapping or be a lurker, is all good. Yeah, people mispronouncing names. Sure wish I didn't have that problem. Both Ireland online. Yeah, it's ow. I'm gonna be honest, Seller. I tried, I failed, we moved on. It also doesn't allow me without a reference image, so I can't fully focus on what I want to draw. Yeah, honestly, I use a lot of references. In fact, let me show you. Hold on. I'm hiding this so I don't accidentally dox myself. Okay. Should be safe. Yeah. Sometimes I use myself as a reference, and I can never remember which art pieces I've used. So, okay, hold on. Let me bring you back from the void. So, yeah. I usually have, like, references littered everywhere. You know, some for the hair, some for the clothes, the eyes, the skin tones, that kind of stuff. So yeah, I'm going for like a demon eyes, you know, a pure black thing, which was kind of hard to do because when it's just solid black color, everything blends together and I'm like, that looks strange. So I tried adding a bit of contrast with, you know, the bleeding color. Wally, stop clicking my mouse. So yeah, I tried adding a bit of contrast with like the color here and stuff. It took me a while to like kind of figure out what to do. But yeah, this is what I'm working on. I'll show you guys more. Right now it's just like the egg. I mostly wanted to experiment with the eyes and figure out like the pose because they're going to be hovering ominously. You know, so I have like the flying poses. Yeah, they're eldritch horror themed VTubers. So that's the vibe I want to go for. There is no art here. Plus the streamer is dense. You can throw bricks at him. Hey, there is art here. Let me close this. See, there is art here. We're just not doing it. But it's here. Nice, nice. Looks adorable. I mean the art, thank you. Is your name a Bleach reference by any chance? Just like the... Oh, is that what it means? Ah. I think Celery is gonna hunt me for the rest of my life. Hey, look. I didn't pick the name. Actually, I saw, hold on. I just remembered. Hold on. Yeah, here we are. I saw a familiar name when seeing some posts about Baldur's Gate. This sounded familiar to me. I've never watched Bleach, so yeah. Anyway, I thought it was funny. I think they're called Celeritas in the game as well. And it's this thing. It's part of the Dark Urge run. I've never encountered them in my playthroughs, so yeah. I saw it. I'm like, hey, I have someone with a similar name. And then I forgot about it for like the longest time. Anyway, that's a fun fact you guys now know. Hi, Wally. Yeah, he's sitting on my desk. Unfortunately, what he does is he puts his butt next to my mouse and then he starts swishing his tail. And he swishes his tail with enough force to actually start clicking things on my mouse, which is very annoying. Hi, Wally. Yeah, he likes to just chill on my desk now. What is Bleach even about? Because at first I was thinking of Gintama. I think I watched like a couple episodes of that one, but never really finished it. Hold on, I'm petting my cat. Oh, he's purring. He's a sweet little baby. Unfortunately, he's a menace who likes to bite and jump on people, so I don't know. I feel like he's very playful, except he loves roughhousing. He loves fighting. Sorry, he's trying to click on my mouse again. He loves roughhousing. He loves fighting. Unfortunately, all the other cats hated when he roughhouses and fights, so they beat him up. He actually has a scratch on his nose now because he was bothering one of my housemates' cats. Yeah. I feel like I can probably finish the hat today. How could be a reference to my name somehow? Ah. All the references are lost on me. Okay, well, you have to go now. You keep, He keeps pressing things. Goodbye. Yeah, okay, sorry about that. Been 4 months since you watched Bleach? I have a lot of these sound alerts. I wish I could have more. But sound alerts has like a limit. I think you're only allowed to use 10 of them with channel point redeems. But for bits and stuff, the limit is like 30. So I'm like, this is a very anti pay to win channel. So I think I'll look into other software and see what other free alternatives I can have, you know? I was watching Bleach on Disney Plus and haven't been able to afford it for a while. Bleach is on Disney Plus? Oh, I didn't know that. Yeah, but that's rough. Hey, I hear sailing the high seas has been making a rise lately. Bleach and Deadpool were the main reasons of me having Disney Plus. Understandable. It's like very similar to the way that I have Dropout. So I usually just watch the Dimension 20 shows. In fact, I haven't watched any in like a while. I still have my subscription, mostly because I just want to support the creators more than anything. I don't have too many subscriptions in my life, but that's one of them. That and for Roll20, which I use for D&D. It's like the virtual tabletop. I think that, Spotify, and a couple channels I'm sub to. But yeah, I'm very wary of subscription based things because that's a very fast way of like losing money without ever realizing. So yeah, it's always be cautious with the amount of stuff you subscribe to. Usually, if I want to watch a movie, I get it off my uncle, who has a 10 terabyte hard drive of legally acquired shows and movies. We've all been there. You know, when I was much younger, there was this entire store that was dedicated to selling like movies and stuff. Now, whenever we wanted to watch a movie, like you could get it for like it was about a dollar, right? You just walk into the shop. There's like a photo album of all of the movies that they have, and each time like a new movie comes out, like it gets added. So it's an expanding collection and a bunch of posters on the wall and stuff. So you're like, I want to watch something. You go to the store, you flip through the book, you see which one looks interesting, you point, and the guy will head to the back and 15 minutes later hand you a CD of the movie, and it has like the movie title scribbled on it. So for example, if it's we were talking about Deadpool earlier. So if you buy like the Deadpool movie, you'll just be handed like a blank CD with the word Deadpool 1 scribbled on it. So at the time, I didn't understand the concept of piracy and burning CDs. I was like 12. So yeah. But I think with like the rise of the internet and streaming services, the last time I was in my hometown, that shop was gone. So I was like, maybe they just moved, or maybe they had to change their business model. I don't know. But I had a lot of good memories buying movies from that store. I think like for like a good 5 years at least, that's where we would buy our movies. So yeah, and then we'd keep the CDs at home, and if you want to rewatch a movie, you just pop it in to whatever DVD player we had, and yeah, problem solved. I had Scooby-Doo on Zombie and Scooby-Doo and the Cyber Chase on DVD. I don't think I'm too familiar with those ones. Scooby-Doo on Zombie Island. Okay. Yeah, I don't think I've seen those ones. I had a couple. I think I had the Scooby-Doo live action movie. Yeah, I think it's the one with like monsters and stuff. I can't remember what it's called. Monsters Unleashed, I think. My grandma has Wacky Races on DVD. My other grandma has Madagascar on VHS. VHS is old. Like my baby videos, I have VHS tapes of like me as a baby, me and my siblings, all that stuff. But hey, these things, they erode with time. So if you want to preserve them, do take them to a shop, get them digitized or on like a CD, and maybe get a couple copies just in case, you know. Otherwise, people don't really repair VHS machines as often. And God forbid the VHS itself gets an issue, because since not enough people use it, I don't think many people are trained to help repair and recover the data from it. So yeah, it's always a good idea to have like digital copies. I grew up watching Blinky Bill and Popeye. I've never heard of Blinky Bill, but Popeye, I was still forming my early memories, so I can kind of remember a bit of Popeye, but not so much. Hi, Bimbo. I think I've just been streaming for so long. More and more people show up. This is morning time in Australia. Bimbo, are you Australian? You don't have to answer that. I'm just curious. Yes, I am. Ah, okay. Makes sense. The timeline tracks. Also, my auto mod catches the word bimbo, and I think that's funny. But hi, welcome on in. Welcome to my art stream where we do anything except art. It's mostly just yapping. We've been live for like 4 hours. We have talked about a lot. Talked about D&D, movies, spending $4,000 on a Warframe account, the importance of money. Oh yeah, D&D. I love D&D. Almost spending, yeah. To be fair, if you spent it, just banned from the channel. I'm sorry. At very least timed out. Is my window open? No. Okay, good. I think it does on everyone's stream. Feather had to make it a rule to prevent it from tagging the word bimbo. Yeah. Because I know you can make exceptions to it. I don't think it's a big enough problem. What would you even spend 4K on Warframe for? Apparently to purchase an account which had a lot of Warframes on it, so... And 4K US dollars. Someone was tempted to do it at some point. Also, I have this bad habit of if I'm thinking about something and like typing or writing, I'll accidentally type the wrong word. I was trying to label this layer as base. Since we're talking about bimbo, I was actually typing bimbo into here. A little fun fact you guys now know. It's not fun at all. I'm just yapping. Excalibur Prime, the rarest Warframe in the game. Okay, it may be rare, but $4,000 rare. That's like a quarter of a down payment. We did the math, right? Well, we were told like maybe a good number for a down payment in the US, $20,000. You're almost halfway there. Do that 3 more times, you can start buying a house. You'll know that there are other games you can play too. Exactly. Now imagine you spend that much on a game and then randomly you're like, I don't feel like playing this anymore. And then you stop. In fact, spending like $1 on a game, like in-game, right? Or purchasing anything that is not like the base game or DLCs, I'm like, nope, my money. It's either included in the full price or I'm not buying it. Fun fact, Koalamos is the personification of stupidity in Greek mythology. He's just like me for real. I read that as like a koala, like the animal. I don't think they're that dumb. Are koalas dumb? I might be thinking of sloths. That's why I've definitely bought microtransactions before, but it's like the feeling of you're getting your money's worth. Honestly, yeah. Like I don't think it's a bad thing to spend money on microtransactions if you're responsible and reasonable with it. I am someone with an addictive personality, so I know that the moment I open that door, I don't know if I'll ever close it again. Don't get me started on koalas. I thought they were kind of adorable. They're stupid as F. Yeah, but so are my cats, and I kind of love them. I heard Wally meowing just now. I think he's trying to get out. Oh, you just hate the fact that they're dumb. Okay, spending money on DLC is fine because you're basically buying another chunk of the game, right? Now, if it's one of those games where the DLC is new things they added on top, sure. Like, I can respect that. But if it's those ones where it's like, oh, this is the game, but this part is locked unless you pay money, then I don't like that. Okay, do your cats eat little shit and have chlamydia? Not that I'm aware of. Because koalas do. Oh, okay, they're nasty creatures. Makes sense. Buy the horse armor DLC for Oblivion. I feel like you can live without it. I don't know if it adds too much to your life experiences. I remember reading that. Wait, I think it is koalas. The food that they eat, right? They eat eucalyptus, right? I believe the oil is very flammable. Where even when so that when there's like forest fires, they pop and explode. No one is failing here, except koalas, like evolutionarily speaking. Yeah, that's the word. They're gross, nasty creatures that probably be extinct without the human interference of how they're so cute. Understandable. Effing HOI4 with 10,000 DLC so you can play other nations without aneurysms and unlock features. See, that's something I can't respect. One way it's like, oh, this is free content, but if you want more, you have to pay us. That feels predatory to me from like the company's perspective, because they make the full game and then they chop off parts of it and then put a paywall. That I don't respect. But if it's like, hey, we made this game, it's great. You buy it once, perfect. But they're like, okay, we have made more content, which is basically a sequel. If you want to pay money, you can get it, and completely optional. That I can respect. Yeah, it's incredibly flammable. The leaves are also poisonous and have little nutrition, so it's completely inefficient to eat, but koalas decide to specialize, hardened to eating them, leaves them malnourished. Okay, but truth be told, if if the food is so terrible that no one else eats it, and you specialize into eating that food, you basically have no competition. Because if you eat fruits, nuts, and berries, which are really good for you, you're competing with every other primate or animal that can climb trees to eat those food as well. So you have to compete with them. But if it's something that is abundant and no one wants to eat, then there is an advantage into specializing, even though there are drawbacks to eating it. Hi, Jag. What about MMO style games? We're talking about what's it called? DLCs and spending money on games. Whereas microtransactions, sometimes I frown upon them because they're just trying to squeeze money out of you. But something like paid DLC, I can understand. Like, hey, we have this game. It's been published for like several years, but we've come back and made almost a sequel worth of content. Pay a little money and you can basically play part 2 of the game. That I can respect. But if it's a game where like, okay, we have finished setting up the game, everything is ready, we're gonna slice off chunks of it and say like, this is DLC, you can't use this unless you pay extra, that I think is predatory. Ain't fair, but the leaves are so toxic that the babies have to eat their parents' shit even to digest the leaves because they're so toxic and their baby tubby microbiomes can't handle it. But they survive. And in nature, it's not what's elegant or good, it's just what helps you survive. Hi, Nadia. Been playing a lot of Final Fantasy. I think that's 14. Yeah, Final Fantasy 14 at the moment. So far, their Mog Station, their microtransactions are pretty tame. Oh, we have a bunch of Final Fantasy 14 players here. I've never played, but yeah, If it's something where it's like cosmetics, or it's very very light objects that you can either farm in game or aren't like too broken, I can understand. It's a little extra where the fact that it exists doesn't make the game pay to win. Yeah, I can totally understand. Bog Station is pure cosmetics. None of it gives you advantage in games. Okay, purely cosmetics have my golden stamp of approval. To me, there's nothing wrong. Um, it it doesn't affect the gameplay. It doesn't make the game pay to win. Yeah, there's no downsides. If you get addicted and spend too much money, that's like a you problem. So yeah, I see no wrong with it. I feel like microtransactions, if they were only cosmetic, I would never have a problem with any of them. Unfortunately, a lot of them, like for gacha games, you pay for more pulls, you you pay for like unique items, unique equipment, that kind of stuff. That's when I'm like, that's not good. They have a marriage thing where if you and your partner buy the package, each of you get married in game and have a ceremony in game too. Huh. Oh, you can roll the dice. They do sell level skips and story skips. There's a couple of mounts that are only Mog Station that give you extra speed. I'd frown upon that one. But I don't think it's too big of a deal. Mary Melta. It's not entirely cosmetic, but it's 99%. I can get behind that. It's only if they're like excessively going like how do you say this? Very, very excessively going in the hey, you need to pay this, otherwise your experience is worse. Yeah, it's a lot better than other games and stuff, but the marriage option is a free option, so you can do it for free. Understandable. Is marriage a big thing in Final Fantasy? Because I know people like to get into their RP. I still remember this one time. I was watching Nadia's stream, and they randomly encountered people who were cosplaying the protagonists of the Storblight Archives. Hold on, I have this thing right here. They were cosplaying this character, Kaladin. They had the whole Windrunner class, and they are basically role playing him. And worst of all, they were shipping characters who, how do you say this? They're shipping characters who only get together, or not even get together. They start hinting at romance at the end of the 5th book. That is like 500,000 words later. You have no idea who I'm talking about. It's not spoilers, Kay. I'm aware you're here. In fact, when they saw like this muted in time, there's no spoilers. You know what? You can't read this. There's no spoilers. Anyway, but yeah, I was salty with that. They're shipping characters. They're spoiling it for everyone. Cause yeah, one of them used like this character's name, and the second one used like the ship name, which is not canon. So I'm not one of those people who really care whether people ship or not. My only concern was spoilers. Only gotcha metrics I've seen in Final Fantasies. Impossible to lose is a casino, but even if you lose the game, you get more than what you spent on it. Lol. Honestly, that's why I did like the gambling mechanic in the mods of like Repo and Lethal Company. Simply because you're not gambling, you're just printing money. Because like those games are fun where you had to like scramble to make money, but the moment you had like the gambling mechanics, because I think I've seen like a few people play on it, and I tried it once, but I was like, it's not for me because it now devalues all of the money that we make. Because I was playing with friends and they had the gambling mod, and I was someone who loved to get all of the loot, clear out the place completely 100% and not damage any of the stuff that we capture or repossess. Until they installed that mod, then I realized there's no point in trying to maximize profits because you just get like 1k, go to the casino, you have 10k at the end of it. So yeah, I got a bit bored. The only fun I had in that game was buying the guns and hunting down the monsters. Eventually, we dialed it back, so we played an almost vanilla experience. We had a couple mods, nothing that changed the game too much, and it went back to being fun. So yeah. Yeah, generous gambling mechanic in Repo sounds weird. It's not even gambling. Gambling implies that you can lose, and most of the time IRL, you lose more than you win. This is one of those games where they would basically you would win 75% of the time. So even if you quote unquote lose, you just go, "Oh, dang it," and then roll again and then you win. Anything you lost, you get back instantly. The only way you lose in quotes is if you just go all in and then you lose that one roll. Yeah, that's about it. But if you don't do that, you basically can never fail. This is a game design concept that players will always figure out how to optimize the fun out of the game. Yeah, I have that in D&D, which is why I stopped leveling them up. They tried to gamify it a bit too much. So, yeah. That's why my D&D table is a bit more cinematic and my players have started to really really love it. Because at first they're like, "Oh, we love leveling up. We love fighting and destroying monsters and doing this." And then they got too good at it. So, yeah. It shouldn't be there. The most optimal thing should always be intended. Yeah, exactly. It's the same thing with Baldur's Gate. There's a mod which includes a lot of the spells that were excluded by the devs because it's basically 5th edition D&D with like some tweaks here and there, and they capped them at level 12, and they removed a bunch of the spells. So some people were like, "Oh, I love this spell in D&D. I wish it was in Baldur's Gate." Installs mod, has that spell, immediately breaks the game because it's OP. It's fine if you're playing like D&D where there's a dungeon master who can adapt and improvise, but if it's a video game, you can cheat it very easily. So yeah. A DM can, yeah, exactly. Because as a DM, you can look at it and be like, the rules say this, but I think that's stupid, so I'm not gonna allow it. I'm ahead of Eve. Have fun, everyone. Bye bye. Well, thanks for stopping by. Always nice to chat. But yeah, in fact, I've at my table, I don't think I've ever banned anything like, "Oh, the rules say this, but I think it's dumb, so no." Never in the middle of a game, but there are some things where I look at it and go like, this is broken, so let's tweak it. I'm more of the kind of DM where I'm like, "Hey, the rules say this isn't allowed, but I think that's pretty cool and funny, so I'm gonna allow it this one time." That's the kind of DM I am, truth be told. Me as the DM, the rules of my toy things, yeah, it's not. There is no D&D rules. If you look at the book, it says it's called the rule book, sure. But if you look at the Dungeon Master's Guide, it's not called the Dungeon Master's Rules, it's called Dungeon Master's Guide. They are more like guidelines than rules. So if something the player does will ruin the overall experience, I can just put a spin on it and try to stop it from breaking. Yeah. Are you familiar with the Echo Knight? They can basically shadow clone Jitsu a perfect copy of themselves, which has like 1 HP. If you're familiar. If you're not, that's basically the TLDR. Now, rules as written, there is no limit to the amount of times they can summon their echo, right? So I saw that as very broken. In fact, one of my players is like, hey, I'm not gonna do this if you say don't, but rules as written, I can. It's basically you can summon a clone of yourself, which is exactly like you. If you've ever watched Naruto, it's like that sensei guy. I don't know his name. I've never watched Naruto. I played the PSP game, like the teacher who can form like a clone, which is like a perfect copy of him, except it has 1 HP. You sneeze at it and it dies. Can the clones attack? It is exactly like you in every single way, except it only has 1 HP. So you could, in theory, stand far away. I don't know what the range is on it. Summon it and send it to do the fighting for you, and every time it dies, you summon a new one. Break the action economy. I think it shares your actions, but in theory, you can just hide behind cover and let your clone do all the fighting, which is okay as a strategy. A bit cowardly, but eh. What I did was I'm like, hey, this is a bit broken, because one of my friends, what he did was he was playing an Echo Knight. I have chill players. They won't just they're not rules lawyers. They are only as a funny bit. They're like, actually the rule says I can do this, but will respect whatever decision you say, with a laugh. So Echo Knight, you can summon your clone within 30 feet of you. It pops into existence anywhere. I think as an action, you can swap places with it. So one of my friends is like, hey, if I summon this 30 feet in the air, swap places with it. Now I'm 30 feet in the air, summon it again 30 feet in the air above me, swap again, I can in theory fly, which is very broken. So my solution is this class, instead of just banning it outright, I'm like, this class is fine. You can only summon your echo the number of like your con modifier or wisdom. I let them pick whichever one they wanted, whichever's higher. And yeah, and then they need a long rest, resets the whole thing. So a little bit broken because it's not an official thing. I think it was made by Matt Mercer. So yeah, a little thing that they didn't consider was the limit on how many times it can be summoned. I'm rubbing my eye again, but my model's winking. But yeah, as long as it's fun for everyone, that's the way I do it. I was discussing earlier how in D&D I have like half my table are casual players who barely understand the rules, and the others are like sweaty optimized min-maxers. So what I do is I basically treat people differently. I don't just follow the table rules. For min-maxers, expert players, I'm like, you guys follow the rules as written, everything. Whereas the casual players, I'm like, you have this thing where you can double your damage for like 1 turn and, I don't know, kill the enemies. Oh, you have this staff which casts 4th level healing 10 times per long rest. So, you know, you're a broken, overpowered healer. Or as a barbarian, one where per turn they gain 100 temporary HP. Just for that 1 turn. So basically for that 1 turn, they're virtually invincible. Now, I do a lot of stuff like that for my casual players, and that may seem unfair, like they're getting special treatment. But the thing is, with the min-maxers, right? If everyone had the same rule set, or no one got special treatment like that, the casual players would be so far left behind that it just straight up wouldn't be fun anymore. So when I do things like this, everyone ends up at like the same power level, because even though their characters are stronger, they play so inefficiently to the point that they kind of match the level of the optimized min-maxers, and everyone at my table is okay with it. I'm very vocal about it in the sense like yeah, this is not the rules, but hey, these people get this thing because they're a casual players, and everyone's like, yeah, sounds fair. I was playing a game that was run by DM who was new to the hobby and I had to explain how Broken Rock can be explaining the peasant canon. Peasant canon. That's one of those things where if one of my players explained to me, like they joked about it once, but if someone in all seriousness came was like, hey, I want to do this thing. The rules say I can. I would just very deadpan stare and be like, that's dumb and not physically possible. No. Nice try, but I saw it on Reddit. You're not breaking my game. Fortunately, never had to do anything like that. I do have one friend who is not a rules lawyer, but whenever he says anything like that, he's like, actually, the rules say that I can do this. I'm like, yeah, but that's broken. And then he laughs, is like, yeah, I know. And then we move on. I think I've been spoiled. I have a great party. We've been playing same table for like 4 years now, which is insane. Almost weekly games. We've had like breaks here and there, so. But yeah, 4 years going strong. We're already on campaign 6. It's gotten to the point where I've learned the art of storytelling simply because I am a forever DM. Okay, me not being familiar with it makes sense because I don't watch Critical Role. Yeah, me neither. I'm more of a Dimension 20 guy. I like the lighthearted and comedic aspect of Dimension 20. Although I did watch what's it called? Vox Machina. Their D&D shows are really good. I have chalky milk. I love chocolate milk. I think like what I used to do is I just take this really large mug and fill it with ice cubes and chocolate milk, and honestly, amazing. I haven't gotten to play D&D for a while because my group kind of disbanded more or less. That is always a tragedy. Hey, you can always find new groups, and you might be wondering, hey, where on earth can I find a new D&D group full of cool people? At Ordikai. Shameless plugging. In fact, I do have a one-shot plan for some of the people in chat who have never played before. It was mentioned and people showed interest like a while back, and I was like, yeah, I talk about D&D so much, and so many people here have just never played it. So I'm like, what if you guys want like a one-shot that I can host for you guys? So yeah, I walked through character creation with them, explained the different classes and all of that stuff. And eventually I was just explaining like vibes based. I'm like, oh, okay, this is a wizard, they can do the schools of magic, this is this different stuff. Oh, you want necromancy? Okay, I'll make you that. I'll make you a necromancy wizard. And yeah, just basically went through them one by one. And yeah, I have the characters pretty much set. I think it's just leveling them up and adding the spells, if I'm not mistaken. Then I need to craft like the simple adventure. I do have a couple ideas cooking. I don't know if I should attach it to the plot of my main campaign or it should be a standalone thing. Hello? Oh, sorry. My cat was crying. Hi, Julian. I don't know what's up. Anyway, as I was saying, so yeah, I'm making the characters have ideas for a standalone adventure, and yeah, hopefully within the month we can have the one shot. It is a I've never done something like that before, where I've never hosted like a very quick one shot like that with completely new players. I think the last time I played with new players, my friends, when I introduced them, was we had a long time to slowly ease everyone into it. So yeah, the one shot will be a little bit of an experience. And hey, if it works out well and people want more, you can do follow ups, and yeah, maybe even get other games with different people. Mix and match here and there. So yeah, that's just an idea that I had, and I was like, I wonder how this will work. I was thinking maybe one day it could be a fun collab idea, but I don't know. I think it's one thing to DM in front of like a just off stream thing. That's fine, because I have too many stolen assets in quotes from Pinterest. The way we all do. So I don't think I can actually stream it because then it counts as copyright infringement. Sounds fun. I hope they have a good time. Yeah, hopefully. I want to guide them on their first D&D adventure. I think maybe a couple of them have played like once or twice. But yeah. We'll see how it goes. I think the most broken item I got from a past DM was a stone that I could charge Eldritch Blast into. The intention was we could use it as a distraction device since we're playing a high-style game, but I kept charging it when my PC woke up and would forget to use and be like, I don't know if this is the right time. Realized it had 57 charges in it and realized it became a nuke. Yeah, stackable effects, always broken. And where I catch, she is right next to me here on the floor. If you look at a... Okay, I'm only memeing the plugging of the Discord, purely optional. But yeah, we do have a pets channel. Her name is Julian. You know what? Let me bring her up. You guys need to see my cat. Here she is. This is my baby Julian. She's a bit of a cross-eyed cat, and yeah. Why cat not have its own model? I recently did just finish a cat model, to be honest. Stolen assets and just used in personalized. Yeah, like with friends offline, perfectly fine. But if you're streaming on as an affiliate monetized channel, that is copyright. I usually have fun when playing D&D. Yeah, D&D is amazing. You mentioned as an idea for collabs made me briefly imagine getting Feather into a Call of Cthulhu game on stream. That sounds like be funny. Yeah, that does sound like fun. I was curious about how do you say this? I've only ever run like say-so games. I don't know how to handle lewd ones, so I don't know. I try to be a bit selective with like the rules and stuff. So I'm like, for example, like my table rules, we have a PG-16 rule where you're allowed to like do the flirting and all of that stuff, but yeah, we skip it like it's a teen romance movie. Because yeah, I don't do like ERP. I know some people really like it, and that's like the thing they go there for. But I don't know. It's just never been for me. When I say I like fantasy and like magic and stuff, I'm talking dragons. I'm talking dragons. I'm talking lore. I'm talking plot, that kind of stuff. But yeah, I've never played Call of Cthulhu, but I do like the aspect of horror. Cute kitty, thank you. She's my little baby. My table used to just have sexual stuff be a background element. Yeah, I have you can like roll to seduce and be, you can be horny bard. I'm not gonna stop you, but do be aware that I make it clear like at my table. I'm like, hey, you can be horny bard, but be aware that all romance and stuff is fade to black while we pan to everyone else. So that cat looks very helpful. Ooh, she's a snuggle bug. I wake up every day and she kind of like crawls in between my legs and kind of just like snuggles there. Or if she sees that I'm taking too long to wake up, like I want to sleep in, she'd be like, something is wrong. She'll walk up to me, paw at my face, climb onto my chest, and just kind of just like loaf there and just start purring. You know what? This is cat stream now. Where's some more pictures? In fact, this picture, she climbed out of the window and she forgot how to climb back in. And then she started screaming and crying. In fact, if you're on the Pets channel, literally the video right before this is her outside on the roof crying and screaming. And then 2 minutes later, she climbs back in. Yeah, here's more pictures of my cat. I'm like one of those people who they have pictures of the kids and shove it in everyone's faces when they don't care to see. Yeah, that's me with my cat. She loves sleeping and cuddling. So my legs have been underneath the blanket and she's like in the little space between them. More cat pictures. Ooh, this is one. I decided that she freeloaded a bit too much and she needed to go get a job at Starbucks. So, yeah, here she is wearing a little Starbucks apron. Unfortunately, when I traveled, I left this behind. It's in a box with like cat stuff. And my brother was supposed to travel and give it to me when I was still living and working in Malaysia because he was studying there. Unfortunately, he in quotes forgot, and then I left. I moved to the UK, and when he finished his studies and he traveled back to our home country, he forgot it in a completely different country, and now it's lost forever. And this was a gift. I told that friend who gifted it to me that what happened to it, and she was heartbroken because she always calls Julian her niece. So she's like, "Oh, I'm like the cool aunt who buys them presents." The only time I haven't had fun is when one of the stricter people in group DMs. Yeah. Rules are supposed to be guidelines. The number one rule is everyone should be having fun. The problem I have with the romance sexual stuff is that you're basically flirting with the DM and it feels weird. Understandable. I feel like I don't mind it. It's just I have very dry and deadpan way of describing and talking about stuff, you know? Instead of voice acting, I usually say things like, oh, they angrily charge up to you and then do this. You'll never catch me rolling to seduce anything. Respectable. One of the PCs had paid off prostitute one time, and the DM was like, "All right, you spend the night with her. We skip to the morning. Everyone long rest like normal." Yeah, that's what I would do. Fade to black, essentially. It's a cute kitty. We love cool cat aunt. Yeah. Julian really hated this. By the way, this is a face of unbridled rage. When she's looking at you like this, she's about to start growling. She goes like, and then she starts swiping. But if you don't bother her, she is a sweetheart. But the moment you do anything she doesn't like, yeah, she is not afraid to throw hands. Whereas Wally's a bit like is a bit of an ass, for lack of a better term. But the moment like you hold him down, he immediately goes limp. He's a bottom. So yeah, when it comes to like giving him medicine or brushing him and things like that, even though he's a bit of a naughty cat, he has like no fight reflex. Like he'll roll over and accept his fate. Whereas Julian, right? My God, when I had to ship her, I had to give them calming medication because they freak out a lot. Wally, I just hold him, open his mouth, shove the pill in. No problem. He was high as a kite in no time. Julian, oh, she would scream, she would fight, she would spit the medicine out. I had to go call my neighbor in the apartment complex to hold her down while I shoved the pill into her mouth. She was screaming, making noises I have never heard before, simply because she did not want to take the pill. Starbucks warrior. What's that one place in Mecca that's known for having fights? Waffle House or something? Yeah, I think so. I think it's a Denny's parking lot. Poor kitty cat. It's for her own good. Because if she doesn't take it, she's gonna panic and freak the hell out. It is like a 20... Wait, I don't know how long it was. 16 to 20 hour flight, right? And she is locked in a box in a rumbling plane where there's engine noises and other cats and all that stuff. She's locked in the cargo hold unceremoniously. So she needed drugs to make the trip bearable. But she didn't want to take it. And God, it was a nightmare. I didn't post pictures of her high as a kite, did I? Wait, I think I did. Hold on. You know what? I love this channel. It saves all of the best pictures of Julian. Hold on. When did I travel? Okay. Ooh, I do have a second cat in my house. This is not my cat. This is one of my best friend's cats. His name is Wally. This is the rambunctious butthole who makes my life a living nightmare. So this picture is he actually escaped the house and he would run away and get scared and hide in my neighbor's gardens. And he refused to come back. Like he would escape in the morning and 9 p.m. he has not returned home. And he's like in the neighbor's garden. I can track him with the air tag you see here in his collar. So this is a picture of me going outside, knocking on a complete stranger's door, going, "Hi, excuse me, I live over there. My cat is hiding in your garden. Is it okay if I can go grab him? I'm so sorry to bother you." "Oh, it's okay. Thank you so much." I go grab him. "Hi, got him. This is Wally. So sorry for bothering you. He is a bit naughty. Anyway, have a nice day." I had to keep having that conversation so many times with so many different people because he would get excited. He would love to run outside and go. He just goes out into the outdoors, realizes he doesn't know where he is. He freaks out and then he bolts to like the first bush he sees. And then this is a picture of me rescuing him, and you see how nonchalant he is now that he's being rescued. But when I see him in the bush, he is huddled, he is crying, he is meowing, he sees me, he freaks out. Yeah, he is very naughty. But he's so cute though. Look at his face. Not a thought behind those eyes. Anyway, I was looking for pictures of cats, my cats on drugs. But I'm scrolling through. Ooh, this is one of them together. This is cute. Sorry, this has become my cat viewing stream. Oh, oops. By the way, I blurred the window because at the time I was still living in this apartment and I don't want to get murdered in my home, so. Oh, he is very goofy. He's simultaneously one of the dumbest cats I know and has an uncanny amount of intelligence. Like he wants to leave my room, right? In the night, I close my room door and both cats are inside. During the day, he's allowed to roam the house, but nighttime he sleeps in my room. Now, he doesn't like it. He likes to go out, so what he does is he meows and paws at the door, and if he realizes no one's opening it for him, he would jump and kind of hang off of the door handle, so he's trying to like open the door himself. So, I'm like, he understands the concept of door handles and pull this down to open. So I'm like, is he an idiot or is he just pretending? But anyway, this is quality time they're spending together. Otherwise, they normally hate each other. That's not true. Julian loves her personal space. Wally loves Julian's personal space. And that is basically how all of their conflict is born. Thank God our cat doesn't understand the concept of door handles. Yeah, be grateful, because even if he can't fully open the door, he can if he tries. Like he pulls down the handle, goes to the side and starts scratching and pulling it open. And one time he got it halfway open, but I managed to like catch him. Even though he doesn't open the door, he jumps, he grabs the handle, and then he starts pulling. Now imagine you're sleeping in the middle of the night and you just hear your door handle like being jiggled up and down. And I live in a house with other people, so you know that's kind of scary. I have like really nice housemates. They're either completely neutral, which I like, or super friendly. So yeah, but this was back when I was like new, and you know, I'm in a new country. I don't know anyone. It's my first time living in this house. I don't know I don't know the area. I don't know the street. I'm born and raised in a country with a very high crime rate. So yeah, you can imagine. The door was locked anyway. But still, it's a scary thing to wake up to. Anyway, looking for pictures of my cats on drugs. I don't know if I posted them here. I'm pretty sure I did. I'm scrolling through and seeing everyone's pets. It's adorable. You know what? I'm just going down memory lane. Yeah. Anyway, this is my luggage, 2 suitcases, and most of it was just my PC. Every time any cat enters a suitcase, I take a picture, send it to all my friends and family, and be like, packing the essentials. It's one of those dumb jokes that are not funny, but I say it every single time. Okay, this is before I traveled, so it should be close. And this is her just being goofy and derpy. My little baby. She's so cute. By the time I left, this bottom completely clawed out. Okay, but we should be getting close, because I remember testing it like a month before I traveled, so... It should be close. Actually, I reached the end of the channel. It is not here. I'm so sorry. I will find it and post it later. Anyway, she is an inspiration to me, simply based on how cozy and comfortable she is when she sleeps. Like, this is how relaxed I aspire to be. Anyway, the best channel on any Discord is the pet spam channel. More people should use it, and yeah, doesn't even have to be pets, just animals in general. Welcome to my art stream, where I don't do art. There are a few people who I think are here for the first time, so you get to see what I mean by I run a Just Chatting channel. I hope you guys enjoy. I think this is the concept I want for the hat. Okay, we didn't completely do nothing this time. We gave him a hat. Anyway, I usually stream for like 2 to 3 hours. We're about like 4.5. See, this is what happens when I miss one day and I miss everyone. In fact, let me show you guys something. Where is it? Where's my offline screen? Yeah, here it is. I made this as my offline screen when I'm not on, you know. It's just me, little chat, you know. You see the little guys running down here. I'm very proud of this shitpost. I think it's beautiful. And whenever I don't stream, like I miss a stream or something, or, you know, anything happens, this is how I be. I like streaming. It's fun. I get to show up. We talk. I hear everyone's stories. We yap about cat nonsense and literally everything. Some streams are very nerdy, like we talk about, you know, D&D, movies, books, etc. Other times I'm explaining, what's it called? I'm explaining the importance of sunblock and how UV damages your skin. The thing that scared Maxine away. They look like little cultist buddies? Yeah. When I started streaming, I literally just had the model and I was like, I'm gonna do this for 2 weeks and then decide if I want to continue or just stop forever. Because I didn't know if I'll have fun doing it. TLDR, I just showed up with lore being, I am cat, I have magic, I am wizard. Don't think about it. Next thing I know, a cult had formed around me, and yeah. We're thinking about like mascots and stuff, because, you know, I am a mascot artist. So I'm like, you know, we should have something, but it felt a bit too soon. I feel like mascots are the kind of thing you build with a larger community once you have like a solid community going, in the sense that you make it with the community, or, you know, it's perfectly okay if you're like, hey, this is a concept that I like, this is you guys now. Both are okay. I think I would prefer the one where we make it together. So I was trying to decide on something, and I was trying to go for like maybe a slime-ish, because I like jiggly physics, like you see like little sheep. I want to make it bounce like that. And I don't know, I wasn't feeling it. And some people like pitched a couple ideas of what it could be. And I like the idea of one where they're kind of wearing almost like a cloak, right? This seller made. And I was like, oh, instead of making a mascot, why don't we just make like almost like a cultist robe, something to cover them? Because this was like around the time where people started thinking like, I secretly ran a cult, and they're like cult, you know. So I'm like, okay, I guess we're a cult now. Anyway, I like the concept of I don't decide what people are or what they look like and this and stuff. Instead, everyone is their own individual, you know. If they're, what's it called? If they're a VTuber, if they're, you know, a monster, if they're a creature, whatever they are, they do that in their own time. But when it's Ordi time, when I go live, everyone shows up, they don the sacred robe, and we all look the same. In fact, it's literally based on what I'm wearing right now. And when making this character, I just wanted something poofy, like a bathrobe, because I didn't want to draw hands and feet. So, yeah. My original design, my original design had like the hands covered as well, but I'm like, I can't be a lazy artist all my life. So yeah, this one upgraded and has hands now. So yeah, we are all one. Have you watched The Life of Brian, that movie, where they keep thinking he's the Messiah, and he keeps screaming at them like, I'm not the Messiah, and they're like, he's the Messiah, you know? That's basically me with the cult. Yeah. The cult of D&D is the cult of everything nerdy. Like, I have these glasses for a reason. In fact, I even have the I'm actually emote in chat. Hold on. Yeah, I have this one. I made the Ordi nerd emote because we talk about a lot of stuff. He's not the Messiah. He's a very naughty boy. I'm glad someone gets that reference. Have you heard of Chaos God Nuffle? Nuffle? Do you mean Nurgle? I don't know. I'm not into... Is he from Warhammer? No, Nuffle. I have not. Let me Google this. Chaos God Nuffle. Nuffle is from Warhammer, but he's from a spin-off called Blood Bowl. He's like the god of dice and chance. Ah. Okay. Again, I don't really have lore. I just had a normal magical staff, but this dice asset was something I was working on, so I literally just slapped it onto this model. In fact, if you like kind of zoom in, like at the very edges. Hold on, let me put like a blank background. Yeah, at like the very edges, you can almost see like a kind of circular-ish glow sticking out. Not the normal purple one, just like at the very edges. It's like a bit pinkish. Yeah, there's an orb behind there. Anyway, speaking of which, one time I popped into a stream and Feather was there. It's like, how are you showing up the moment I turn on Baldur's Gate? I was like, I was thinking to myself, I did say this came later. I'm like, I have a dice in my staff. I channel the one true dice. I sense a disturbance every time anyone picks up a dice, you know? I can vaguely see that. Yeah, I didn't cover it properly. I kind of just shoved this onto it, and yeah, it worked. Yeah, it looks good. Thank you. I think like this dice is like the best thing I've ever rigged. I got a disturbance alright when I played Baldur's Gate 3. What do you mean? Because when Feather typed that in the chat, is like, how are you here, Ryan? I'm like, I sensed a disturbance. I just mentioned Nuffle because like cult plus dice thing made me think of that. You know what? I will read up on it and steal it for my own D&D world. My D&D world is 95% stolen things that I have just kind of blended together. Like I would steal 1,000 concepts, blend it into one unique thing, and then be like, this is mine now. So yeah, that's what I love doing. If you are a fan of Brandon Sanderson and his Cosmere, you will see some similarities in the way the world is set up and the way the magic system works. Not like not like the way his magic system is. Yeah, mentioned. Not like just stealing his magic system, but just like the way each world has a unique expression of magic, but they all follow the same fundamental rules. Yeah, I stole that. And it's actually the core of the current campaign where the TLDR is magic is a very polarized thing. Think of like matter and antimatter. So, two different people on two different worlds using different polarities of magic can cast the exact same spell and get the exact same effect. Put them together, they explode. Now, the only reason they don't interact is because at the center of the universe, there is a flaming barrier of constant destruction, which nothing can cross, right? It's like it's a wall of constant nuclear fire. Unfortunately, well, fortunately, you can't really cross it without dying unless, you have precautions. But the plot is some people have learned to smuggle some from one end to the other. Now, in the wrong hands, you basically have the arcane equivalent of a nuclear bomb. And they have seen one go off, but they don't know, they've not yet drawn the connection. So yeah. Um I had a thought which I'm not going to finish because Kay is here and sometimes yeah, he's still reading the Stormlight archives, and what I have to say, potential spoilers. Not really, but I'd err on the safe side. We love magical nukes. I just like big explosion. I don't like the song. Yeah, this is one where, in fact, one of the players actually died in that explosion simply because he wanted to change his character. And he's like, I want to kill this character off. So what they did was they found a lab of some people who had this thing, and it was being invaded, and they were like they were investigating the area, and they encountered this lab, and someone did something. They made an oopsie, and that alerted rival factions to this place's existence. So they all came, and the people running the place are like, we would rather die and vaporize this entire chunk of the desert than let it fall into our rivals' hands. So most people ran away. They didn't know an explosion was coming. But that one friend who was suicidal, in the sense that he wanted to kill his character because he wanted a new one, he basically ran in. He's like, oh, I want to see this thing. And then he caught a glimpse of like the hidden bad guys, right? I described it to him privately, and then I'm like, yep, a huge explosion happens. You see the little emote here in the chat. I actually sent them this thing. I'm like, it is a massive explosion of purple fire. And I actually sent them this thing. I'm like, this, but purple. That one. Yeah, I sent them something very similar. So yeah, a little bit of what's going on in my campaign. Now, a bit of lore, right? Sorry for info dumping. I'll keep it brief. A bit of lore. Pixies and sprites, basically Tinkerbell looking things, they are made of pure magic. Now, what happens if one of them, made of anti-magic, the inversely polarized magic, was brought across into the wrong side of the universe. Now everyone is scrambling to get their hands on it, whereas the party is like, "Hey, we found this creature. She's pretty cute. She's pretty cool. She's pretty cute. Oh, everyone seems to be trying to go after her, and then they throw her around like a football. Like one person is surrounded by strong enemies. They're like, "Oh, uh, I'm gonna lure them away." Catch, and then they just keep chucking her back and forth, and they don't know she's a magical nuke. And I think that's hilarious. One day I want them to find out. Soon, soon. I love being a DM because you have like all of this lore that the players don't know. And like I'm okay with them not knowing because I have the fun in writing the world. That sounds like fun. Yeah. You see, the thing is, all sprites and pixies, they have a god complex. So they gods are basically beings made of pure magic, and since pixies are also made of pure magic in my world, even though it's like a tiny raindrop compared to an ocean, right? They're like, we're basically made of the same thing. We're gods as well. You should be worshipping me. That's how they are. They expect like all mortals to be groveling at their feet. Think of a bimbo valley girl, but with magical powers. Combine those three, you have my world's pixies, and I love playing them so much simply because I'm allowed to be a catty bitch to all of the friends who I love dearly. So yeah, they're very powerful, but they're relatively harmless creatures. They're magical cockroaches, right? So basically, um, like most of the party, they're being tracked down by a Solar, which is basically boss level angel. There is no way in hell they could even put a scratch in it, let alone win in a fight. So they are running. Most of the party is hiding on a rooftop. One of them has the pixie in his pocket. This is combat rounds, by the way, so everything is like initiative based. He's like, I run behind this building, I chuck her at where everyone is hiding, and then I just continue running down the street, drawing the creature away from me. So yeah, in their eyes, they are. In their eyes, they're like, oh, I'm gonna chuck this small, helpless creature, and heroically run away. They're throwing a nuclear bomb, and they're treating it like they're throwing around like a hot potato, and I think that's funny. When I GM, I practically live for moments where culture gets revealed to the party. Oh yeah, like you guys aren't players in that plot line, so I can share spoilers. So the reason this pixie, which is made of anti-magic, um, can survive in this world is she has special enchantments. Long story, not gonna get into it, but she has certain enchantments where there's kind of like a meter around her, like a little aura, where it kind of it depolarizes magic, so that she's in a bit of like a safety bubble, and she can then absorb the neutral magic to like kind of survive, so that's how she exists in a magicless, otherwise she'd be magicless, and that's all problem. Now, as a result, you put her close to anything magical and immediately it dies. That party, they were trapped in a town where there's like, huge celestial barrier. They created a wall of pure divine energy. The way they escaped, the person who was trying to kill them, but decided to work with them to escape. Long story, I explained this earlier. They basically grabbed the pixie and chucked it at the wall, the unbreakable magical wall. The magic just dissolved and they crawled through the hole, and they're like, yep, home free. The giant angel that was chasing after them, the Solar, crashed into the barrier, but it was too big to fit, and they're like, haha, dummy, and then they ran away. And that's where we left off. Don't tell Feather you think Fae are magical cockroaches. No, Fae in my D&D table are magical cockroaches. I don't think all Fae are. I like them because I give them, what's it called? I give them Tinkerbell energy. And the lore is, they're kind of cut from like the same template, the same cloth, and their personalities kind of develop through experience. So most of them are very similar. So even though it's a different campaign, different pixie, different everything, it is still the same catty attitudes, the same god complex, and I live for it. I love using pixies as wire cutters. Wire cutters? Do you mean like getting them to chew things, or how does that work? I'm refilling my water. Like cutting a hole in the fence. Oh. I feel like actually that is exactly what they did. Imagine you know what, let me draw it out. Let me get out of the way. Imagine this is your pixie. Maybe a dark color. Imagine this is your pixie. The thing that's special about her is around her, hold on. Around her, no magic exists. Right? So in my world, anti-magic in quotes, like the spell anti-magic, it doesn't remove magic, it just suppresses it. So something like this, where it can kind of like get rid of all magic entirely, is could be used as a weapon. So what they did was they took this pixie. Hold on, let me make this thicker. They took this pixie, and this is the barrier. This is made of pure magic. No mortal weapon or spell can break through it. So what they did was they took this creature where magic can't exist around, and they chucked it like a ball into the barrier. And since magic can't exist here in this little circle, all of this vanished, and then they just crawled through and escaped. So they literally were using them as in quotes, wire cutter. Oh, but if you ever asked, they would probably be so mad. Like I said, God complex. It would be indignified to do that. I love D&D. Maybe I should do more with it on stream. Poor self-absorbed Pixie Bean uses a tool. Exactly. In fact, like, this was about, I think, the 4th time she was thrown in like 2 sessions. Well, it was like multiple combat sessions, so it was the span of like an hour in-game time. But you know, IRL time was like 2-3 sessions. So as soon as they cut a hole through like the barrier and they escaped, she got up, and you know, they're super polite and sweet things, right? So even though they're like brats and annoying, they're bratty, they're not mean. So she's like, the next time someone's gonna throw me, they're gonna get a severe talking to, and you know, shakes their finger at everyone, very angrily buzzes around like a dragonfly. Super fun. All this D&D talk makes me miss it. I had it like literally a few days ago. I want to go back again. I keep telling my friends, when we get old and retire, we all have to move into like the same retirement home. Then instead of bingo nights, we're having D&D nights, and that's every night. Think about it. All day, all night, all the time in the world to just prep D&D. Based? Yeah. That's what I look forward to. Can't wait to retire. I should retire right now. It's simple. I just need to win the lottery. But yeah, I don't have D&D next Saturday because some people are off. Add Call of Cthulhu once a week. I say D&D, but the term I usually mean is TTRPG. It's me. I'm calling it by the wrong name. I apologize, but yeah, I say D&D because that's just what my friends know because we play D&D 5e. But yeah, my love of TTRPGs is the role play. I don't care too much of the setting. I don't care too much of the rule set. It's the nonsensical shenanigans that speaks to me. So yeah, regardless of the rule set or the TTRPG, I think I'd love it regardless. I am a bit skeptical with introducing new games to my players simply because a good chunk of them don't even know 5e rules, and we've been playing for like 4 years. So, like, should I really be introducing them to new games? I feel like if I wanted to play a new system, I'd have to play with like other people. So, yeah. I don't think I'm ever brave enough to join a random stranger group online. I did realize that the cinema near me actually has like a weekly D&D club going on. So I'm like, I can huh. I don't know how much wacky shenanigans you get out of 1920s Lovecraft Country, but I still think it's entertaining. The wacky shenanigans are born from the characters and the dumb shit that they do. It's not the spells or the settings or anything. Like at the end of the day, it's just the nonsense the players come up with. I did see I don't know if this was like a meme or an actual mechanic, but I saw like someone where they they have a very low instat, so but they're also resistant to like the eldritch horrors, like they don't take as much psychic damage or whatever it's called, whereas I think like someone pointed out as in like, oh, it's horrors beyond his comprehension, but he doesn't care because he just doesn't understand anything. So he'll see like this super evil eldritch abomination, and instead of like his mind melting, he'll be like, that looks like a sick dog. I hope it's okay. Should we call the vet? You know, that kind of shenanigans. Hello, Vendel. Welcome on in. I have an extra long stream today. That's very strange. But yeah, I have been meaning to stream longer, literally ever since I started streaming. I think I needed to build up my stamina. Oh, that's like an actual mechanic in Call of Cthulhu. Yeah, but someone like RP'd it, whereas in like the guy was just super dumb, so they're just playing a bumbling idiot, and I thought that was hilarious. I think I saw just like a clip on it. Yeah, I think they saw one of the monsters like, I think that dog is sick, or something along those lines. The more intelligent your character, the higher chance you have to comprehend the horrors you're seeing, and you do comprehend it, you take more sanity damage. Oh yeah. I saw somebody explain it where what's it called? Incomprehensible horrors is not the problem. The problem is when it comes to like knowledge like that is you temporarily comprehend it. Your brain gets ascended to a state where you can temporarily comprehend it, but then you go back to normal and your brain is full of knowledge that your pathetic human mind just cannot contain or digest, you know. I saw someone use the metaphor of like an ant. If you put an ant on a circuit board, um, it won't care. It'll just be like, oh, this is a place with strange buildings. It doesn't comprehend what it is. But if you temporarily give that ant human intelligence, and it suddenly understands current, electricity, programming, the internet, and then you take that away, that ant is like full of fragments of knowledge that an ant brain cannot process, and that is what gives people psychic damage. Yeah, I've seen that ant analogy. Very fun. Yeah, that I think that is the best way to describe it. I don't think I did a very good job of it. But if you ever find it online, anyone randomly on the internet, yeah, that's basically it. How hard is Call of Cthulhu to learn? Because I'm thinking I might just drag my min maxes into it. Um, they're experts at 5e, and honestly, if you learn one system, pivoting to another one not too tricky. So at least that's what I think. Because I feel like it took me a very long time to understand 5e because we were all beginners. Like none of us had when we first started session 1 ever during COVID. None of us had ever played D&D before. I literally just saw people play it online, thought it was cool, and was like, I messaged my friends, "Hey, want to play D&D? Or have you ever played D&D?" They say no. I'm like, "Do you want to?" They're like, "Sure." And yeah, that's basically how I started. It took us very long to learn 5e, but the moment I feel like I have a pretty good grasp on it. Knowing a lot of the rules and also understanding how to interpret them. Also, when I see people play like other game systems, it uses similar elements, so that I'm like, oh, okay, it's like this but different. I feel like pivoting is a lot easier after you've already learned one. So yeah, I think I might look into other game systems and kind of just drag my min maxes into it because they're veteran players. Actually, we all have the same playtime, but they're the ones who they know the rules inside and out. They min maxes, they optimize, they interpret generously. There is one. Hold on, get the Sanderson counter ready. Very recently, there is a Cosmere RPG. This is basically the works of Brandon Sanderson turned into a TTRPG. I think, hold on. I don't know if it's out yet. I do know they had a Kickstarter. Hold on. Yeah, okay. Here it is. Mm, where was the goal? Okay, here it is. So, the Kickstarter for this TTRPG was quarter of a million, $250,000. That thing had raised $15,149,000. That is an insane amount of money, and that just goes to show just how excited people are to get their hands on this. So when I say Sanderson writes beautiful stories, super in-depth worlds, super fleshed out worlds, super in-depth characters, believe you me, I am not some random fangirl. Okay. I know what I'm talking about. He is an amazing writer. Because he does a really good job of fleshing out worlds that are completely alien. But yeah, I want to play this thing. I don't know where it is released to. Yeah, there are a bunch of books. Yeah, like there's different books for the different worlds and settings. I do not know a single thing about this person if I'm being honest. Don't worry, it's time to change that. Actually, I only know about his works. I don't know much about his personal life. I'm not that kind of fan. I'm just more of like he writes good books. I'm more of a he writes good books fan. He writes a book, I read it. That's it. Where's the Sanderson yapping? You want to get to know his writing? This is the book list. Well, I haven't read books for years, so that makes sense. In fact, I started reading his books after like a 10-year hiatus of me reading because I used to read when I was like a lot younger, and then life happened and I got busy, and then I came to a part in my life where I'm like, I need to rediscover all my old hobbies. So that was art. That I basically forgot how to do art. So I started doing digital art and rigging. And anyway, fast forward, I'm an artist now. I, because I used to do traditional art. I used to love reading, so I started by reading Mistborn. Next thing I know, next thing I know, I have gone through this entire list and more. Um, Same with gaming. I also started picking up new hobbies. I did a bit of cosplay. I learned how to make the. I learned how to work with like EVA form, a foam, and I did the from My Hero Academia. You know the guy Shinso, the guy who wears that mask and can talk in other people's voices and can control your mind. That guy. So yeah, I did a cosplay of him. I made like his mask in like great detail out of EVA form. It was tough, but I had a great time. And I realized, hey, this actually isn't too bad. So yeah, maybe in the future I'll do a little bit more. But the foam is expensive, so I need to make money first. So you don't need to know anything about Sanderson. Just read his books. You said you haven't read books for years. Start with Mistborn. It's it's a trilogy. These three. Beautiful, self-contained, and relatively short. Warbreaker, completely different story, but becomes relevant later. A Way of Kings. This is the really long one, but my absolute favorite series. So yeah, if you ever want to get back into reading, this is the way to go. Any thoughts? Because I think it's getting a bit late for me. I normally stream 2 to 3 hours. We're over 5 now, so I feel my voice. I feel my voice giving out. So I think I need a bit of rest for tomorrow. So I'll be resting tomorrow, and yeah. Alright, just thanks for the info. Yeah, I am always happy to yap about Sanderson. Just wait till Kay finishes reading the Stormlight archives and moves to all of the other ones. There is going to be conspiracy talk like no tomorrow. In fact, one of my D&D players is currently reading the Stormlight archives. He's already read Mistborn. So this is great because whenever I do anything in the world, I'm like, hey, remember this thing from this series? This one's kind of like that. It'll be like, ah. Yeah, DMing is basically stealing from other people and repackaging it. Anyway, I really should go to bed. Thanks everyone for stopping by. For those who hung around this long, it must be, is that not what all art is? Well, in a sense, art is, you don't steal the art, you steal the concept, and then you add your interpretation to it, and then next thing you know, yeah, you've made something completely new. But yeah, no, I've straight up stolen a lot of stuff from this. In the sorry, I'm in the way. The Mistborn books, there's some creatures called Inquisitors. They're basically jacked up humans with like superpowers, more than the average person with powers, I guess. I basically stole that concept as, you know, the Emperor's Royal Guard, because they have strange new powers that are stronger than everyone else's and no one knows why. Yeah, I stole that concept. But they don't use allomancy like this. Mine, they use blood magic, and I'm not gonna spill it because I wanna run campaigns with that one and use that as secret lore. But anyway, it is time I go to bed because it is past 1 a.m. and I am a very eepy cat, and I think most people have slowly started to doze off. So thanks everyone for stopping by. Yeah, I hope to see you guys again. Hope you sleeps okay. Sorry for keeping you with my rambling. No, I love rambling, and I hope to see you again soon. My next stream, same time, same place, day after tomorrow. So yeah, I do the streaming one day on, one day off. except for Thursday and Friday, where it's like two together. Because, yeah, odd number of days in a week, it complicates things. So, yeah, nothing to apologize. In fact, I should be thanking you. I love the rambling. So, I'm a bit too tired to raid into anyone, so we are just gonna call it a day here. Yeah, thanks for stopping by, and we'll see you guys again soon. Bye bye.